talking to him momentarily. He did sound pretty good. To be that young and the Fort Worth ISD honors one. Yeah. No.
Oh, really? Did you kick him out? We call him Mafia Max. And you know why we call him that? Because David at West Coast was going, I'm Mafia. I'm Mafia.
I'm off, yeah.
And Cindy goes, why do you keep calling him Mafia? So named
That's good. That's delightful. What?
Yeah, those video guys.
It's going to be funny. I'm glad you took it well when I said
That's probably the exchange of the day. I mean, it was
This is the Fort Worth ISD audio test for the board meeting tonight, December 13th. This is an audio test, December 13th, 2022, Fort Worth ISD.
Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is precisely 5:30 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. We will now move to Ms. Claudia Garibay, who will lead us in the pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
I will turn it back to Ms. Garibay at this time for our recognition.
President Jackson, trustees, and Dr. Ramsey, tonight we were greeted by the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, JROTC from Pasco High School, including Master Sergeant Cedric Nichols, Army Instructor, Cadet Yahaira Solis, Cadet Marisol Hernandez, Cadet Leo Flores, Cadet Felix Lucero. If you could please stand to be recognized. Thank you. And delighting us with their voices this evening are the Fort Worth ISD Children's Honor Choir representing the following elementary campuses: Benbrook, Bill J. Elliott, Bruce Schulke, Cece Moss, George C. Clark, Leadership Academy at Como, E.M. Daggett, Daggett Montessori, East Handley, Glen Park, Harleen Beal, Kirkpatrick,
Lily B. Clayton, Leadership Academy at Maud Logan, North Highmount, Oakhurst, Overton Park, Richard J. Wilson, Rufino Mendoza, S.S. Dillo, South Highmount, South Hills, Tanglewood, Van Zant Gwynn, W.J. Turner, Washington Heights, Waverly Park, West Creek, West Park, and Woodway.
These talented students are directed by elementary music specialist Elizabeth Thacker and executive director of visuals and performing arts, Christina Avila. If you could please stand to be recognized. Thank you for your work and dedication. You may now have a seat. President Jackson, I will turn it back to you for another special recognition.
Thank you, Ms. Garibay. First, I want to ask the students if you'll tell me, how many days of school do you have left? Okay, I'm going to ask you to hang with me. It'll be less than 2 days. We're going to do a very special recognition tonight for a very special person, and I'm so glad that you're here to see this. At this time, we want to thank and appreciate Ms. Laura Litton. She is the board's executive assistant, and she has been for many years. She has supported us. She supported this district and this board. Ms. Litton is retiring, and though we will miss her, we wish her the best retirement ever. At this time, I'd ask, do any trustees have anything they would like to say and share about Ms. Litton? Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Jackson. I don't call you Miss Litton, I call you Laura, and I want to say thank you for always, every time there's a need or there's a paper that needs to be signed or something that needs to be turned in. One, you're very good at reminding us, and two, you always greet people with a smile on your face, and you make people feel loved and welcomed and valued. And I hope you know how very loved and welcome and valued you are. So thank you for your service.
Trustee Ryan.
Well, when I arrived on the scene in 2007 to run the Fine Arts Department for Fort Worth ISD, Laura was one of the secretaries, had been working with the art department. And we got to know each other really well. What Ann said is absolutely true. She was always welcoming, always had a great smile on her face, was ready to go, helped me work through a number of issues that we always had to face in fine arts. And then I got back here, and she's on the board, working with the board, and it's been the same thing, always helpful, always there, always positive, and always had your back.
Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you so much for always being there for us. Like Trustee Dar mentioned, whenever we needed something to be signed or the reservation got canceled or we need to rebook, you were there for us. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to say how appreciative I am of your service to this board and to the district and to the students of Fort ISD. So thank you so much.
Trustee Bridges.
I just want to say thank you as a newest board member, just how much I appreciate your patience and just that every time I heard your voice, it was this really calm, soft-spoken voice that really meant a lot to me as a newcomer, just kind of figuring my way out and just being overly patient and kind. And even though it's been a short tenure that I've known you, it has been truly a pleasure, and thank you for your service to the district.
Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Jackson. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues in so many ways. And, you know, we get to be the public-facing entity, right? But there's so many folks behind the scenes that do such incredibly and just wonderful work that make us look like we know what we're doing, right? And Laura, you're a master at that, and a great communication. And making sure we're doing what we need to do. But I guess the biggest thing is that it was always a warm, welcoming spirit. You were willing to give the smile, give the hug, help out, even when it was something maybe you didn't have to help out with. You just were really an exemplary example of going above and beyond. And so just so very grateful to you for the time period in which I've gotten to know you, because you really have help make all of this so much easier and better for me. So I'm so grateful for you.
Trustee Martinez.
Well, ditto to what everyone else has said, but I want to thank you just for being there from day one, helping me navigate this, being a board trustee, for your gentle reminders and keeping us in line. Again, your warm smile, you're always willing to help and serve us. And particularly, I remember one night where I said, I need some chocolate. And you always were there for us and you know, through all the meetings and through all the times since I've been on the board. So thank you so much, again, just for your warm welcome, your warm smiles, and all that you've done for the district.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Laura. Even though this is my second time around, when I came in there to file, it was just like nerve-wracking, and you were a kind face and a gentle smile, and it was just, it was a difficult time, and you made it a lot easier, and you've been helpful to all of us through this process, and Wallace and I for a shorter period of time, but really appreciate all you've done.
Thank you. Laura, it's exhibited here from the words that have been spoken from Trustee Bridges and Dr. Rodriguez to even the oldest dog. We all appreciate you and love you and will miss you. I think the biggest thing is your exceptional integrity. So thank you. And you're going to have to take a picture, and I'm sorry. But we'll take a picture with the students first, and we're going to take a 3-minute break and take a picture with the students, and then we'll take a picture with Ms. Litton, if that's okay with you. Students, is that okay? Ooh, thumbs up. I love you. Ms. Litton, we also have a plaque and another gift for you, and we'll present that to you in the back, if that's okay. I still need 2 more people to sign your card. But Trustee Martinez has that handled. We'll move on to number 4, Lone Star Governance. Dr. Ramsey, we're ready for the Lone Star Governance Goal 3 update, college career and military readiness, building talent strong students.
And the team is ready to present. So with us today, we have our Chief of Innovation and Dr. David Sines, our Associate Superintendent, Sarah Riesby, and then we have 2 very special guests. We have Angel Lopez from Dunbar, and we have McKaylee Francis from Southwest High School, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Great.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey. President Jackson, members of the board, happy to be with you tonight to do the first of 2 parts of our Goal 3 presentation. Tonight we're going to talk about overall Goal 3, which is our college career and military readiness. And then in January, we'll come back and give you an update on the goal progress measures for Goal 3 once we have the first semester data. So just looking at the overall goal tonight, Goal 3 is increasing our percentage of graduates who meet a college, career, and military readiness standard. And you have a number of ways that you can meet that, and we have those in that light green box to the right side of the screen. So a student can meet that with a test result on SAT or ACT, even an advanced placement score. They can get a licensure or a certification to meet CCMR, or they can take credit in dual credit, like 9 hours or 3 hours of English or math. So a number of ways a student can meet that, and we have a lot of students who meet it in multiple ways. So when the board set the goals a while back, we had a goal for this year of 2023 of 47%, and that 47% would be graduates from the class of 2022. Right now, with preliminary data, we're sitting at 59%, so we're obviously on track and above the goal set by the board when these goals were initially set. The goal was 47, and we're at 59. A nice place to be, and we want to continue to increase that. You see those same goals here by student group. But probably a better way to look at that is to look at each student group as an orange bar. And so here we see African American, Hispanic, white, economic disadvantaged, the emergent bilingual or English learners, and special ed. Every one of those orange bars exceeds the goal that the board set for that student group, which is represented by the little blue line. So doing well with each group of students. Of course, we would like all of those lines to be higher, and we'll continue to work on that. And we have some wonderful students here to talk to you about how they're doing that. But first, I want to turn it over to Dr. Sines to tell us a little bit about our collegiate programming.
Thank you. All righty. Thank you, Ms. Arispe. And there we go. So I'm going to share a little bit of information about some of the ways in which students can achieve the measures that were shown up on the screen. The first part I'll talk about is a collegiate exam continuum. Right now, currently, we offer the PSAT, the SAT, and the TSIA. Okay, and our students have multiple opportunities to take those assessments in this continuum. And the goal is not just to test. The goal is to use the data that we get from these exams to inform our curriculum, inform our instruction, and ultimately prepare students for college. There are certain benchmarks students have to achieve, for example, on the SAT to be considered college ready by our colleges, TCC, and all the universities. Those scores, for example, on SAT for reading and writing is a 430, and in math is a 530, okay? That's what students would have to achieve by the time they're graduated to be considered as college ready, or they would have to master the TSIA, which is another assessment from the College Board product. You'll see that we take these tests at various grade levels, with PSAT starting in the 8th grade in the fall, 9th grade PSAT in the fall and spring. 10th grade, we continue with PSAT and introduce TSIA at the end of Geometry and English 2. In 11th grade, our students take the PSAT once, but that PSAT is also a part of the NMSQT, which is a National Merit Scholar program. And that's where students can take the test, and depending on their score, they could qualify for some of those awards. In the spring, our students take the SAT, the full SAT. So along the way from the PSAT throughout, the goal is to prepare them for this SAT exam, right? What you'll notice is in the past, we also had the ACT. After doing some research and looking at the data, there wasn't too much of a difference in the performance of students with ACT and SAT. In an effort to also reduce the amount of testing, because that test was also in the spring, we decided to go ahead and still make the ACT available the way it usually is on the weekends and not during the school day. But we will continue offering the SAT. And of course, in the 12th grade, as needed, students can take the TSIA as they need it to be ready for college. Some of the course offerings that we have in our system is advanced placement, in which we offer about 35 courses from the College Board catalog. In that particular set of courses, you have to achieve a 3 to a 5 in the end of year exam to receive college credit. Dual credit, we have 78 different courses offered in our school system. 78, with about 11,000 students enrolled in courses. Now, a student can enroll in multiple courses. That's why you see such a high number, right? And we have about an 87% success rate of students mastering that dual credit. In this case, students must meet that TSIA assessment before they can take the dual credit. We also offer on-ramps, which is a dual enrollment program through the University of Texas. We offer 19 different courses in that particular subset, and we also have about 6,000 students that are enrolled in on-ramps courses, enrollments, meaning students can take multiple courses as well. This one's a bit unique. This is a little bit of blend of both. Any student can take any of these course sequences you see up here. In on-ramps, you don't have to pass any assessment to get in the course. As you do well in the course, you get qualified for other courses, and you also get that credit. It's a pretty unique blend, and we're just excited to offer these multiple pathways for our students. We also have collegiate course offerings as well in ECHS and PTech. Both of these are free to our students, and they're early college offerings for our students, In these courses, we have 15 total programs for our students in all of our schools, okay? Now, once again, these are all free to our students. They're all gonna leave, the opportunity to leave with an associate's degree. Early college high school is mostly focused on academics and through that associate's degree. PTech also offers an associate's, but is a little more CTE based, and more CTE based. But we do enjoy about 84% of our students being successful in earning that associate's degree in our courses. We've moved from about 1,000 students in early college high school just a few years ago to over 2,000 students now, which is really good news. I'm going to share some quick information about CTE. We offer courses within all 14 CTE career clusters, and we have these courses spread out throughout the district. This is an example of one of those programs of study. And really what I want to call your attention to is the sequence. We build these sequences with input from our community. We build these sequences with the intent of mastering the TEKS that are given to us by the state, but most importantly for students to learn along the way those critical skills, soft skills, 21st century skills, whatever you want to call them, that will help them be successful in college and career. So it's not just about that particular career pathway that they're in, it's about getting those skills that are necessary to be successful in life in general. In this case, you see the program of study for healthcare. They start with the basic course and principles, and they kind of build from there. With the goal senior year being, we want them in some kind of internship experience, some kind of capstone project where students are doing some work at campuses for them to learn more about their field. Just an example, some of the partners in which we have students in now is JPS, Texas Health Resources, CVS, Walgreens, MedStar, James L. West, and Medical City. So together, as a community, as a business community, as a city, and as a district, we're educating our students. But that is that part of the presentation. Before we get to questions, as Dr. Ramsey alluded to, we have two wonderful guests, Angel Lopez from Dunbar High School and McKaylee Francis from Southwest High School. And we're going to let them tell you a little bit about their experiences and why they chose to take on these challenging programs in addition to everything else they have to do at their campuses. So with that said, I think we'll have McKaylee kick us off.
As said before, my name is McKaylee Francis. This is my first year in high school and in ECHS. I first heard about early college high school when I was in 7th grade. I spent a lot of time in the Ghost Center, and the college readiness coach there told me about a program that allowed me to take college courses and be able to graduate with my associate's degree. That alone piqued my interest, so I looked into it some more and decided that this was something that I wanted to do. So I applied, and I got accepted into the program, thankfully. So I applied, and after I did, I went to a summer bridge program that allowed us to learn more about ECHS. I learned that I had much more resources than the average high school student. I have access to the TCC campus and all the services they have available there. 3 reasons why I wanted to join ECHS is, 1, I wanted to get ahead on life. What I mean by that is I wanted it to be when I graduated high school with my associate's degree, I'd already be able to get a good job. And the second reason is I do enjoy school, but I don't enjoy it enough to stay in an extra 4 years. And the third reason is I wanted my college, I wanted my academic track to be so good that I'd have the chance to get into any university that I wanted to. When I first started, before I started, a lot of the teachers told me that my college professors were going to be strict. And I was kind of afraid to start. But, however, when I did start, the professors were extremely nice, they were easygoing, and I enjoyed being in there. So I knew taking AP classes and college courses at the same time was a struggle at first. However, I did get the hang of it, and I do expect it to get harder as I go on, but I'm fully prepared for that. My brother and I will be the first out of 6 to graduate with a college degree, and that is something I'm very proud of. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
And now, Mr. Angel Lopez.
Hello, I'm Angel Lopez. I'm a senior at Dunbar High School. I first heard about Dunbar High School when I was in the summer of 8th grade year. I was at Texas Wesleyan in the Upward Bounds program, and there was one of my mentors actually recommended me Dunbar because I was having trouble finding a school to go to because I didn't really know what I wanted to do or in what direction I wanted my career to be. After researching it a couple times, I learned they had an automotive program, and it really caught my interest because, for one, I like learning how things work and being able to tell when things are broken and what's wrong just by hearing or seeing a certain thing. I also enjoy helping people out, seeing the smile on their face after they get their brand new car fixed, because it wasn't working before, so they were probably stressed, couldn't get to work or whatever. I've always been wanting to be ahead a little bit in my career, because I don't like rushing. I'm sure many of y'all agree with that. And I don't do good under pressure, but seeing that chance, I just had to take it. During my time there, I got to speak with many people, got to learn and train with my Mr. C, one of my, or the only automotive instructor there. He's a master tech, retired from AutoNation, and I see him as a mentor. He taught me a lot. I've gotten to talk with many representatives and big people in the automotive field. I've gotten ranked up a couple of ASC certifications, 5 to be exact. After my high school career, I want to continue at TCC, where I'm going to be doing the T10 program, which is a sponsored internship with Toyota. And after that, you get to basically be in the field right away after that. But that is only going to be my backup career. I want to pursue building Formula race cars, maybe performance engines. And to do that, I want to go to A&M, get my mechanical engineering and technologies, where they have a program there where you actually build electric Formula race cars. And that's always when I heard of that, it immediately just, that I knew that's where I wanted to go. This program has been really big to me. I've learned a lot, seen a lot of things, made a lot of memories, a lot of friends, and I'm really thankful that y'all were able to present me with the opportunity. So, thank you.
Thank you guys so much, and we now open it up to questions.
Trustee Evans?
First of all, McKaylee and Angel, thank y'all so much for sharing your story and your journey, and it really is nice to have the students' viewpoint on this goal, our college and career area. And to the staff and administration, I love that we are above our goal. Of course, you probably know what I'm going to say next. We got to get it up. And so what I want to know, from y'all, our experts, is, knowing our capacity, employees, student trajectories like Angel and McKaylee, when can we expect to have all our students ready for college, career, and military, not just the 59%? Or, 59%.
That's certainly the goal, and I think it's more of a matter of alignment of all of our systems. I think we have all the parts there that need to be had. Now it's bringing together the different pieces where this work lives, right? Because it's not just about these programs you heard today. It's about our Tier 1 instruction. It's about how our counselors work with our students and bringing all that together. I think, and we are already working on that alignment. And once that alignment gets there and we're all pointing in the same direction, this will accelerate. I think we have some great results, and we anticipate those getting higher and higher every year. But it'll accelerate more when we're all on the same, not necessarily on the same page, but pointing in the same direction. Because I think we're all on the same page if we want to be with our students.
Thank y'all very much.
Trustee Bridges.
Thank you guys for the presentation, and thank you for bringing those two outstanding young people. It's always good to hear from them as far as the work that we do. How does it affect them? Here's my question. When you, and I'm going to back up a little bit, with some of the middle schools that we are having some challenges with, do you foresee there is enough accelerated programs to prepare them, to line them up as they get ready to go into high school? Because here's a challenge that I'm finding, and I found this out through listening sessions that we've had, that a lot of our elementary schools, that when you ask them where they're going from a middle school, unfortunately, they're not picking. I'm just going to be honest with you. Some of our home schools. So what are we doing to prepare them from the middle school level? That way, as they go into the high school, that we can see more of our kids feed into some of the accelerated high schools.
Yes, sir. I would have to agree. And to answer your question is if there is enough, I think we can always do more strategically as we look to redesign just the middle school experience in general, which you're alluding to. And so whether it's programming in CTE, fine arts, athletics, I think it's important to enhance that experience because that's what keeps our students engaged in those programs. And so, yes, I would foresee that this alignment that I talked about earlier would lead to a better experience in middle school and also go all the way down to pre-K elementary because those experiences there are what lead the students to go to their middle school and then really hone what they really want to do and then test it out in high school. Because even in high school, as we heard from this young gentleman, I'm doing this, but I really want to do this too, but this will help me. So there is work to do there, I would say. But that is one area that's our next step to enhance and make better for our students.
Trustee Ryan?
Well, first, students, thank you. I wish that everybody had the drive that you did and do to provide for your future, to make it work. Question that I've got, is do we get information from the state on student graduates that have enlisted in the State Guard, or do we get information from the federal government that tells us who's enlisted in any of the armed services?
Good question, Dr. Ryan. We haven't previously been able to get some of that information, but the state has been working with both the federal and the state government. Until we can get that information as part back from the Department of Defense and others, we are going to start being able to track our own students who enlist through both the recruiters and the students and their parents. We have a very strong, as you know, JROTC program. That has a lot of students that go to the armed forces, which we have career, college, and military readiness, and we haven't really been able to accurately reflect our military enrollment. So we're very excited that the state has set up a new way for us to start doing that, beginning with next year's accountability. And so we'll be able to report some of that back to you more accurately then.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Jackson, and thank you for this report and this presentation. Angela and McKaylee, I wish I had had some of the opportunities that you've been presented with when I was in high school. This was not a possibility. And I also wish that I was as poised and as articulate as both of you are when I was in high school. Especially, I certainly would not have been able to do this as a freshman. So congratulations to you both for not only your academic achievements, but also your ability to come and present in front of a board and many people. Hearing the students and what they have to say makes me want to know more, and it makes me want to, if I had the opportunity to participate in some of these programs. Are we, as a district, using our students as ambassadors to help recruit and encourage younger students to participate, and if so, how?
The answer is yes. In most cases, we are using our students, and it's similar to some of the events you guys have attended with some of the showcases. We do very similar things for our students as well. In fact, one of the things we're going to do is we have a middle school fair that we're planning in April, where our high school students will also be there sharing their experiences with middle school students. And our goal is to continue that. You know, I talked about internships. What better way to intern than as teachers, as we've seen that already, and we have some of those interns in our schools. But as a school district, we have many departments that our students are actually studying to be in, and it doesn't have to be education. We have students that are studying multiple things, and so that'd be another way. But the answer is yes. In most cases, we are having our students go down and support their peers so that they can see what's possible.
Trustee Phillips?
Thank you, President Jackson. You know, to all staff present and definitely the campus personnel, Forward ISD employees that are contributing to us being on track, us exceeding the numbers, just thank y'all. That's awesome. That's always the news you want to hear, right? And definitely echo Trustee Evans' comments about, you know, getting to where it's all. I mean, this really is one of those where you want all college, career, military readiness. It's our charge for every young person that walks into our district that we get them ready, get them prepared, right, to the life that comes after. So, and by the way we do that is just like this, making the progress, right, and getting it going. So just so thankful that is occurring and that we're on the right track and that we keep pushing forward. My question is to our two students that are here with us tonight. One, I just want to say how incredibly impressive both of you are. Thank you very much for your words tonight. You know, as we have you, McKaylee, coming into the program, right? We have you exiting the program pretty soon, Angel. You know, in your estimation, whether it be the program itself or even just on your campuses and school, period, what more could we be doing for you? Or if you can change something or add something to your school experience here in Fort Worth, what would that look like for you all?
Well, for me, I think something good that we can do is, at my school, a lot of people don't know what ECHS is, and I have to explain it to a lot of students. So I feel as though when we do have programs like ours in the school, we could make it more of a thing, like how the football team is like the pride of the school. I think the college program should be just as big as that.
Love that, McKaylee. How about you, Angel?
So for me personally, at my school, we don't have as much like opportunity with the funding. Like there's certain equipment that we don't really have. which it's not a big deal. You know, we can really learn and kind of navigate our way without it, which is leads me to my second point, which is students, they see the program as more of a, really like a leisure time. So I feel like if there's a way to like showcase what automotive can really end up like providing for you in a certain lifetime, it would help them out because they see the tests and the quizzes and big long chapters and text, they get scared and they don't want to do it, which makes them eventually fail in the program, and it's like a big loophole. So I feel like if there's a way to kind of teach them, like, this can really help you out in the future, that'll really benefit the program.
Indeed. Well, thank you both so much, and again, thank you all to the work that's happening to get us where we're going. Looks like we're trying to get there. Beautiful.
Trustee Martinez.
Good evening. You said earlier on that some students might be doing or meeting these indicators multiple ways, but what indicators make up the largest percent of that 59%?
I could guess at that, Trustee Martinez, but I'd rather send you the actual data. We have it broken down by the indicator, so I would be happy to do that. I'll send it to all the board members so that you can see that. We have some areas where students have the overlap more, but we can give you each area what the percentage is.
Okay, great. And looking at that breakdown also, could you also send it by gender? Do you know, generally speaking, are female and male students graduating with CCMR indicators at the same rate?
Fairly close, but we can send you that exact number for I'll send it to you for the class of 22 that we're currently looking at.
Okay. And then I know you touched a little bit on the military tracking. What information are we able to track after high school as far as community college enrollment or even university college or graduation rates?
We actually have very good information about that. It takes some time because we have to wait for them to enroll in college and then track on through to the sophomore year and even to college graduation. But we participate both in the state higher ed coordinating board data, so any student that goes within Texas, and then we also get national data from the National Student Clearinghouse. So we use both of those to kind of find where our students go. We even get it down to, do they enroll the fall after they graduate, or do they kind of take a layout year? So happy to provide that to you. We get that back for students both district-wide and by campus.
Great, yeah, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you for this report. Thank you to the students who are letting us know what we need to improve so others are engaged and we can continue with these programs at your specific school, but all of the high schools. I have a question on page slide 2. So from 21 and 22, that percentage stayed the same, 59%. The needle did not move. I mean, it was moving up until like COVID, that's my guess, 62%, and we took a hit, but we stayed the same.
You're correct. We expect to see that start to turn up again, but for students that were even in their junior year when COVID, so we had the first year we were closed for part of the year, and then the second year where some students were virtual and some were in person and some were in the hybrid. We maintained that, as you just pointed out, Trustee Luebanos, at 59%. Students into their junior year may or may not have gotten to take the SAT when we were closed in the spring, and some of those other ways that they meet don't always happen at the 12th grade year, so we're seeing that over those couple of years who students were in the later part of high school had some impacts from COVID.
Great, thank you. And then on slide 3, from 21 to 22, on the economically special ed students, we took a hit of about 21 points, from 78 to from 78 to 57. So during COVID year, we had a higher percentage of students, and now we have a lower.
Some of those are lagging. That That is true, though, that students in special ed, so that lag to the class of 22 is from when they were in school leading up to that. One of the ways that students can demonstrate, students who are still qualified for special ed in high school, is to have their associate's degree as a special ed or complete their IEP or workforce readiness. Some of the students had already done that before COVID came, but then others that were sort of in the pipeline were not able to achieve that because of being out of school or being virtual.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank, first of all, our students for being here. And Angel, I just want to say there are over 125 people in here, if I can count that far. And I think that you rock under pressure. I want to ask both of the students a question, Michaela and Angel. If we were to present early college high school to you earlier than 7th grade, if you can think back, and I know that's a long time, but if you can think back, when would be a good age to present that? And how could we present that so that students know that's available, it's there? Because you'll graduate and you can't explain it to everybody.
I think a good time to start would be 5th grade. 5th grade is when I started looking into the program of choice.
I agree with her. 5th grade was the first time I seen the program of choice. And if I saw the opportunity, I definitely would have taken it earlier.
That's awesome. Thank you. And also, I wanted to ask one question on on-ramps. I may have missed it. We have 6,000 students that have been in on-ramps, but I didn't see the success rate for on-ramps.
Yeah, for on-ramps, I would say, and I'll get you the exact number, but it hovers right around 71% or so. It could be a little plus or minus in that area, but our students still enjoy a lot of success in those courses. And so, but I'll get you that information for the last few years as well.
Well, it leads to a follow-up question, and thank you. And if you're close to 71, I'm good with that. So 12.6% are not completing the dual credit, and 29%, we estimate, are not completing on-ramps. Is that due to mobility? Is that due to students not feeling like they can complete it? What are the causes, and are we surveying that?
So I would say, I think to the question that Ms. Evans asked, I think those are some of the things we can get better at, because certainly that could be some of the reasons with mobility and just the difficulty of the courses. I will say that some of the students that do take a course at one time and are not successful, they do continue on and take another course. But those are some of the things that we do need to look at with our students, because overall these are college courses, right? But thankfully we do have support systems for dual credit and even for on-ramps. Because for an example, on-ramps is the UT professor and our teacher together working with the student. So there's some scaffolding built in there. And same thing with regards to dual credit, we have folks on campus like our PSS coaches, our CCR coaches that are there to be able to support them. But I could certainly say that, yes, those are probably reasons our students struggle, and we have to get better at making sure that we close that percentage and make it higher, and those are some of the reasons we'll explore.
Thank you so much. Thank you for great presentation. It's succinct, but yet it's power-packed. And again, thank you to our students for being here. Thank you so much. We'll move on, Dr. Ramsey, to the next proposed legislative update.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and take this item. We're discussing tonight. There's no action on our proposed priorities. As a point of kind of clarity and transparency, this was provided to the Legislative Action Subcommittee of the board. And I'm tap dancing until we can get a PowerPoint up. There we go. As we know, this January will be the beginning of our 88th session of our Texas legislature. This board and staff have begun the process of ensuring that our voice is heard loud and clear in Austin. In addition to our Legislative Action Committee of the board, several of us also sit on legislative action committees at the state level with our either affinity groups by job or as a part of some alliances that our school district is a part of. We're looking at these as a draft because later on in the presentation, we'll talk about the need to get authentic stakeholder engagement, but we really landed on two big buckets, and the first one being school safety, and I don't think we need to explain why. And the second one being student learning, and in particular at student learning, we continue to see the learning loss, recovery needed post the pandemic. I hope we're post the pandemic. The need for continuing to advocate for public education funding, and then a thought about the accountability system. So regarding school safety, we need to ensure that we continue to receive funding for school safety and that there is the ability for our district to have local control of those funds. Every school district looks different. Every school district has different facilities. And even within our own school district, our facilities look vastly different. And so we want to make sure that we have local control and flexibility in those dollars. We also want to make sure that we continue to have funding so that we can identify and provide services to our students who have mental health needs. And then I think lastly is continuing our refrain of local control, making sure that local school districts in collaboration with their community have the ability to have flexibility in how we decide what safety and mental health funds are and how they should be allotted in our school district. Under our legislative priorities for student learning, the first one really is all around a learning loss, to ensure that our students have what they need available to them to continue that regaining those 7 years is what the state said, 7 years of loss of gains in reading and then in math. We need to ensure that there is not only funding, but that we have technology and instructional materials dollars so that we can have our students have access to the highest quality instructional materials and technology as needed. We need to continue fighting. The federal government still hasn't provided the funding for special ed. And so we're asking, if the federal government isn't, while we continue advocacy there, we're asking our state to do so because we need to fill those critical positions so that we don't continue as a state to have our students with special needs not receiving the services that they should be receiving, and that's across the state. And then we want to make sure that post-ESSER dollars, House Bill 4545, that speaks to that acceleration and that additional need for the 30 hours of tutoring and wraparound services continues, because once our ESSER dollars go away, 4545 is in statute. We're not asking for it to go away. What we're asking is provide us the funds so that we don't have an unfunded mandate where school districts continue to have to take money out of their general fund and there isn't enough money to begin with statewide. On funding, we are one of very small amount. It's 7 or 8 states in the entire nation that receive funding based on our average daily attendance versus enrollment. And that gap can be severe. And we saw that during COVID. And so we're asking for an adjustment there. We want to make sure that we have an adjustment for inflation, or we want them to increase the allotment. And that's to ensure that we have the staffing available and the high quality staffing available to serve our students. Again, we want to make sure that our state joins the trend of all those others in our country where our students receive funding based on enrollment instead of average daily attendance. That is so very important to make sure that we are adequately staffed and that our students have the programs that they need to thrive. Pre-K, we need universal pre-K. We've talked over and over on this dais about the need for our students to come to us school ready, and that by the time they get to a Fort Worth ISD school in kindergarten, our students here are between 1 million and 5 million words behind. And so we want to make sure that there is universal pre-K funding for all. We need to ensure that we continue to provide high quality and affordable health care for our employees. That's extremely important. And so looking at that TRS active care. And then for our retirees, they haven't had a real cost of living adjustment. And so we're requesting for there to be a COLA for our retirees that are a part of the TRS, the teacher retirement system. On the accountability side, while we fully agree that we need to know where our students are, having a multiple choice test and to look to see how students did on one particular day isn't enough to show how students are doing in school. So we need to have an assessment system that's more holistic than that. We need to ensure that we have local indicators and that we're able to work with our community to look at what are the things important to us. Is it family engagement? Is it wraparound services? Is it whatever it is that we're looking at a more holistic view than just how students did on a test one single day. And we want to make sure that for all the expanded choices within public education in the state of Texas, that we have equal accountability for them, and that we ensure that for those choices that there's also financial transparency and standards for charters and traditional public schools. So we're looking at working towards a better accountability for the state of Texas. So what we're really proposing here this evening is really an information item so that we can now go out with that draft. We have that QR code. This will also go out in the Friday message that happens every week to all of our stakeholders so that we're able to start gathering information. The DIRC and the DAC will also meet when we return from the Christmas break, as well as those 5 new superintendent advisories. So the support staff, teachers, parents, students, and community/business advisories will also look at this. And then we will bring to the January, now not workshop, probably special board meeting, for action with that information of the feedback that we've received. Questions?
Dr. Ramsey, I just want to make the comment, this is the most comprehensive list that we've ever been presented, and I want to thank you for your leadership on it, and I also want to thank you for helping us better understand what the needs are and how we can better serve our students. We now are ready for the board committee report, and I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that we have a new report for transparency's sake. Every time that our board committees meet, it will be a written report only, and they will be a part of the written record in the board packet. This past time, there were 2 committees that met, so there is a summary of what occurred at those meetings, and it just one more layer of transparency for our public, but this is the last time that we'll actually be speaking about it because they will be report only.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey. At this time, we'll move to number 7 on the agenda, public comment. We'll hear public comment addressing items on this agenda as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and we will take notes, but this board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on this agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, 3, direct the person to visit with the staff about the issue. While this board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity cannot be tolerated as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers and playing audio recordings while they present to this board. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. Per board policy BED local, to allow everyone the opportunity to speak, no presentation may exceed 2 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock, which is on your left and on our right, will begin. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. Also this evening, some individuals would like to voice their opinions, but they are unable to attend. Those written statements were shared with this Board of Trustees prior to the meeting and will not be read aloud during the board meeting. It is essential to gain as much public input as possible, and we understand together we are stronger and build much better solutions when we maximize our public input. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of this meeting in a timely manner. Thank you all for being here, and I will call our first speaker, Kenya Alu, and if I mispronounced your name, please let me know, followed by Christy Beck. Ms. Beck, and Ms. Beck will be followed by Arma Carter.
Hi. To be transparent is to be open to public scrutiny, not hidden, candid, frank, and upfront with nothing to hide. So I want to ask you, how do you know that your Fort Worth ISD administrators are being completely transparent with you, the board members, regarding curriculum approval? How many of you knew that when the administrators presented you the agenda item back in April called Approve Recommendations for the Adoption of New Instructional Materials called for under State Proclamation 2022, that you voted on the comprehensive sexual health education curriculum known as Health Smart? How many of you knew that this curriculum was under the name ETR Associates on that list? ETR Associates is the publisher of Health Smart. Did you realize that you approved an 8-year agreement with ETR Associates to the cost of $2,577,989 for human sexuality instruction without formally adopting this curriculum? Now we wonder how many other agenda items you have approved this way. Why do you think district admins presented it to you this way? Would you call that being transparent? If the district admins are not transparent with the board like this, how can we trust that they're being transparent with parents and the community? And just a side note, I viewed this curriculum for myself, and I encourage you to not blindly adopt it. View it for yourself.
Thank you. Arma Carter will be followed by Scott Blanco Davis.
I would like to clarify my time before I start. Is it 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
It is 2 minutes, ma'am.
It's 2 minutes, okay. Good evening, Superintendent Ramsey, President Jackson, and members of the board. My name is Irma Carter. I'm a resident in District 4. I'm the Executive Director of Love for Locals nonprofit. The last time I stood before the school board, my son was 8 years old. He proudly recited the Pledge of Allegiance in both English and Spanish. Today I stand before you not so proud of the mistreatment I received at the hands of one of your newly elected board members. I was advised by community members that a trustee had a problem with the event that was sponsored by We Bag the Blue organization. I mind you that my event is an annual event. We give away bikes and toys, to the kids in the community with the help of local sponsors, which include our Fort Worth Police. There was a misunderstanding regarding the event. It appeared due to a flyer that I did not make, stated this event was sponsored by We Bag the Blue. One of our trustees decided to call me out and my organization on Facebook, stating that I either had poor planning skills or I was stupid to have this event at Hillside Recreation Center during the trial of Artesia Jefferson. When I reached out to him to explain the situation and how it was not intended to offend anyone in the community, I was met with disrespect. I was advised that he did not want to speak with me. He stated he did not know me. He told me in a profane language that it would be to my best interest not to speak with him, and he hung up in my face. Due to Trustee Bridges' untruthful instigation Facebook post, myself along with my pastor, my church, my former pastor, and Sally of all, my former First Lady, who's no longer with us, she succumbed to breast cancer, have been trashed by Mr. Bridges and a partner of his, who allegedly a community actor, Treese Jones. After Mr. Bridges' Facebook post, Treese went to old Facebook page, copied and posted a picture of our former, not present pastor and his deceased wife, and began to drag them through the mud, asking them, how much money were y'all paid? Let me answer, nothing. They're no longer members of our church, and as I said, she's no longer alive. Who's stupid now? Shame on you. Mr. Bridges, regardless of what Mr. Bridges...
Time, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Scott Blanco Davis. Scott Blanco Davis will be followed by Deborah Ford.
As you know, for the past year, I've tried to bring a teacher perspective and let you know what we're feeling and why so many teachers are walking away from the profession. And tonight I'm going to talk to you about probably the worst thing we have going, and that's discipline. I was at a meeting not too long ago, and over 60 teachers were in the room representing over 60 Fort Worth ISD schools, and someone asked us, what is Fort Worth ISD's discipline model? And there was 30 seconds of silence as we all looked at each other, because nobody could tell you one. Then people said, at my school, at our school, my principal does this. There may be a discipline model on the book somewhere, but it's not in practice. What ends up happening in my experience, as you can tell, I'm pretty in-depth in my school, is that when we run out of all the student code of conduct options and we're forced to go downtown, we had to find success despite downtown. We hear things like, that student's too young to test. What more can you do for that student at the school level? And after you hear that enough times, it translates to, it's your problem, don't bring it to us. So what you get is a spectrum of schools. You have the schools with the great principals that in-house all of their discipline, take care of everything there, and the school runs well. And you have the defeated principal in schools where it's a rotating door. Well, I will promise you as a teacher, there's nothing more frustrating to create great lessons and have one student destroy it all the time. And that we will look for a place where we can be professionally successful. And I hate to tell you, sometimes it isn't Fort Worth ISD schools because there's a defeated attitude because there's no support from downtown.
Deborah Ford will be followed by Pastor Vernon Elisha.
I'm Deborah Ford. I'm a former Fort Worth ISD educator, and I'm here to address the Ron Clark Academy House model. Have you seen or talked to teachers who have used it in your schools? Do parents have an input about their child's participation to opt in or out? Were you aware that Ron Clark Academy uses satanic symbolism in their houses? From my experience, this system does not contribute to the overall culture and climate of a school. I believe it erodes student individualism and robs them of their self-esteem. A research study showed it didn't work. I will email you a dissertation about it. The greatest impact of student success I experienced in Fort Worth ISD started with strong leadership, principals who empowered their teachers and fostered an environment that was nurturing, disciplined, safe, and caring. This included parents, staff, and community involvement. I would like to talk to you more about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Pastor Vernon Elisha will be followed by Holly Plemons. Ms. Plemons?
Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. I want to say a little bit of praise to Dr. Washington. Thank you. Thank you for working with me on the surveys. Thank you for continuing to work with me. I feel that what the administrative team did, regardless of the board being involved, is you've carried the football halfway down the field. I want to go for a touchdown. So I'm going to talk to you about the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. There are 87 questions that you're asking kids. This survey is not opt-in only. 46 of these questions are illegal. That's more than 50%. So I'm going to tell you what laws they break. Texas Education Code 98.4. Mental and psychological problems, potentially embarrassing to the student or his or her family, sex behavior and attitudes, illegal, antisocial, self-incriminating, and demeaning behavior, legally recognized privileged relationships such as those of lawyers, physicians, and ministers. And I'm going to read you a couple of these questions, and I really hope that you guys will make all surveys opt-in only. Here's a question. Have you ever been tested for HIV? During the past 12 months, have you been tested for an STD? Then it also asks, some people describe themselves as transgender when their sex at birth does not match the way they think or feel about their gender. Are you transgender? Then it says, did you drink alcohol or use drugs before you had sexual intercourse the last time? The last time you had sexual intercourse, did you or your partner use a condom? The last time you had sexual intercourse with an opposite sex partner, what one method did you or your partner use to prevent pregnancy? During your life, with whom have you had sexual contact? Which of the following best describes you? Straight, gay, lesbian, bisexual, so on. During the past 3 months, how many people did you have sex with?
Thank you.
This
Thank
is
you, Ms.
no,
Plemons. That's the end. Thank you. Your time is up, ma'am. You had 2 minutes. Thank you. Pastor Vernon Elisha, I will call one more time. Following Pastor Elisha will be Jennifer Frank.
Thank you all. First to this board, I appreciate y'all's opportunity to have me to speak. I'm here to speak on one thing, and I'm going to try to get out y'all way within 2 minutes. I'm here to speak about the sex education program that I'm privileged to be a part of, the SHAC board. I know it's not on there, but I just wanted to ask the board, how do we get this back on the docket? But as we get it back on the docket, also look at some of the things that's in there that we can remove and keep some of the stuff that's really will help our kids out. For the last month and a half, I've been going to Forest Oak, William James, Morningside Middle School, ODY, Poly, different schools on my time, having community forums at churches. I went to the source. Our source is our kids within our district. We can sit here and talk about passing this and what don't need to be and what don't need to be, but until we go to the source, until we go to our kids and hear from them and see what they want, we are failing our kids. So what I'm trying to do, and I do this on my own, I have these community forums. I got one coming up on January 10th over at William James. And we talking to the parents, we talking to the kids. We need to stop as a board, we need to stop as school board employee saying this is what we want to do and start listening to our kids. True enough, sex education needs to be talked about. We need to figure out how we can curtail the STDs within our community for our young kids who don't know. Kids 13 years old is having babies, getting pregnant. I get calls 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for baby pampers. I get calls in 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, somebody needs some food. I get up out of my bed and do this. October, I had heart surgery. A week later, I was out there on the Poly football field, because this is what I love to do. I love to serve my kids in my community. I don't get paid to do it, but it's a ministry. And when you're a pastor, you have to realize one thing. Ministry don't start inside the four walls. Ministry start on outside the walls. And that's where I'm at, on the outside.
Thank you.
So I'm asking everybody
you.
here.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer Frank will be followed by Haley Sinclair.
Trying to remove male and female from sex ed curriculum is not education. It's the removal of the natural order of this world ordained by God that male and female create life. Without male and female, you have no life. If you don't believe in God, that's fine, but the laws of nature, the laws of science, remember science? That says that life is created with male and female. So how do you propose to teach the students procreation? I think you all need to go back and take a basic biology course, because we are talking not only about sex organs. There are gender-specific chromosomes in males and females, gender-specific hormones, gender-specific physiology that goes much deeper than just sex organs. You're essentially trying to rewrite science of the human body. I'm curious to know where you're getting this garbage, because you are blatantly refusing to teach basic biology. You're trying to appease a very small number of other activists that don't know who or what they are. And what's worse is that you're confusing our children. And worse than that, you are taking away their identity. You are hurting them with this garbage. In my eyes, you're essentially taking me out of the picture. You're trying to remove me and other female moms and male dads from the equation. And I won't allow you to remove me from the lives of my grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And the same goes for the grandmothers and grandfathers, brothers, sisters, aunts, and uncles of our kids, because you will essentially be erasing the role of the family. It is not education, it is an agenda. It is activism and it is brainwashing. It's an abuse of power and it's a mental abuse of our children, and you should all be horribly ashamed of yourselves for even considering this.
Thank you. Haley Sinclair. Haley Sinclair will be followed by Mike C. Is Ms. Sinclair here? If not, Mr. C. She's here. Thank you. Mr. C, Ms. Sinclair is here. My error.
Hello, my name is Haley Sinclair, and I am a Fort Worth ISD parent to 2 elementary-aged children, a registered nurse in emergency medicine, and a tenured full-time professor. I am proud to serve as the co-chair for the Shack. As an active participant on the Shack, for several years it is a privilege to help lead this group of dedicated and knowledgeable parents and community members. 2,200 students took health this semester, and their parents gave active consent to opt their children into the human sexuality portion of the curriculum. These students did not receive the education their parents chose for them to receive, nor the TEKS required by law. HealthSmart has been used by Fort Worth ISD since 2014. The Shack reviewed the curriculum because of revisions to the curriculum and to be in compliance with the TEKS. This group voted overwhelmingly to approve the curriculum with over 15 yeses, 0 noes, and 4 people who did not respond. The Shack welcomed several new members this fall, and for a second time, overwhelmingly voted to approve the curriculum with 17 yeses, 4 noes, and 4 no responses. As you can see, the vast majority of your advising committee is in favor of this curriculum. Please honor the work of your Shack. Please honor parent decisions for their children to receive human sexuality education. Please vote to approve the health curriculum to meet the needs of our students, parent wishes, and the needs of our community.
Thank you. Mike C. will be followed by Valeria Navarez.
Miss Ramsey, you have the stature of a Spaniard. I doubt seriously that you are indigenous at all. In racial metrics, you're given a choice of white Hispanic to check in the box. I suspect that may be your choice. Now let's go over some of Spain's history, your forefathers, and their Spanish rule. During Spain's colonial period, 1492 to 1832, a total of 1.86 million Spaniards settled in the Americas, and also 3.5 million immigrated during the post-colonial era, which was from 1850 to 1950. That tidbit of history makes you a colonizer, Miss Ramsey. During Spain's rule over the Americas, your ancestors wiped out an estimated 80% of indigenous population in the first century and a half, primarily through the spread of disease, forced labor, and slavery for resource extraction and mechanization. And here you are, representative of Fort Worth ISD and a far-left ideologue who spews hatred at LULAC meetings. You're a fraud, a phony, a colonizer in your ideology. You shouldn't be here. You should have never been hired. Another mistake has been made by this board, a grave mistake. I leave this statement with this. Social justice is revenge. It is not inclusion, it is not tolerance, and it is not equality. Now, my advice and concerns on the CNC tool room mill acquisition. Will there be material available to train on? That needs to be a budget item. Will people that want to be machinists but not robotic engineers have access to training? Reason I'm saying this, some people may just want to be machinists. Some may want to be robotic engineers, and some can and want to be both. This country needs machinists as well as engineers.
Time, thank you.
Far less than it need more fake social justice warriors.
Valeria Navarez will be followed by Trinidad Navarez.
Test. Hello, Board and Superintendent. My name is Valeria Nevarez. Sex education in public school is a controversial topic. My question to you is, are you aware that Texas Education Code 26.002 says that a teacher may not be compelled to discuss a widely debated and currently controversial issue of public policy or social affairs? It goes on to say that teachers who choose to discuss a topic described above shall explore that topic objectively and in a manner free from political bias. We all know that there are different social, moral, and political views about gender identity, and I'd like to know how HealthSmart integrates these other values into its lessons. I've looked at it, but did not see anywhere that said that some people believe that God created man and a woman in his image, and I wonder why. I have in my hand 800 signatures of people in our community that do not want HealthSmart in our schools, and I guarantee you in January we will have twice or 3 times as more. So if you truly represent the people and care to protect the next generation, I am urging you to vote no on HealthSmart. And
thank you.
Oh, I'm not done yet. And about the shack, the shack is just a small portion of the people in Fort Worth. You should be caring about the people, the parents and the community members of Fort Worth. That's who you need to represent, because it's the people that elected you. So I want to emphasize the importance of you representing the people and the parents and the taxpayers of Fort Worth ISD. And if you do that, and if you vote no on HealthSmart, that will be one way you can do it. And you have way many more to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Trinidad Navarez will be followed by Humberto Navarez.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Trinidad Ramos y yo soy madre de 7 hijos y vivo en el distrito de Fort Worth. Tengo propiedad en Fort Worth, pago impuestos y no estoy de acuerdo con el currículum Por lo tanto, yo exijo que se elimine y que no estén enseñándole a nuestros hijos cosas que no es deber de la escuela estarles enseñando. pues yo voto que no se apruebe, que no pase. Es todo. Gracias.
I'm going to translate the same that she has written. My name is Trinidad Ramos. Soy la mamá de 7 hijos. I'm the mother of 7 kids. I live and pay my taxes in Fort Worth. I ask for the surveys to be eliminated. The question number 72 that asks for the students to describe for themselves as transgender. ¿Eres transgénero? Are you transgender? I don't want that a stranger has these questions to my kids. These questions create insecurity, and I am not in agreement with those.
Thank you. Humberto Navarez will be followed by Jason Pena. Jason Pena will be followed by Crystal Castilla.
Hi, my name is Jason Pena. Of course, I'm a taxpayer. Born and raised here in Fort Worth, Texas, me and my wife, 4th generation Tejano. So I have a few things I'd like to say. Excuse me. So, first time, got off of work, and I had to finally get out. And you guys got me out, and I'd like to get home with my kids, but now I have to make a stand. So this isn't about feelings, this is about facts. There are only 2 genders, male and female. This can be proven by looking at a person's genes and chromosomes. All mammalian biology is rooted in a male-female dichotomy. Humans are mammals, men and women are male and female objectively, not subjective to feelings, or any expert who says otherwise is not an expert or scientist, but an activist. Again, facts, not feelings. Someone decided that there is no such thing as male or female. Now you are trying to rewrite books and even teaching my children that boys can be girls and girls can be boys. Or no, what you're saying is that they're neither, only a body with a certain body part. Fort Worth ISD, gentlemen, gentlewomen, I almost want to say groomers. By pushing this kind of curriculum, it causes harm to our children and confuses them by attempting to corrupt their minds on the natural and unnatural. I will do everything in God's power to stop this LGBTQ agenda, because that's what it is. That's what we're going to call it. Not only are you pushing your confusion and perversion on our kids, but you will no doubt also be responsible for their mental health and body issues later on in life if this passes. Teaching them to hate their bodies they are born in. I'll leave you with this because I'm going to be a messenger of truth here. Matthew 18:6, if anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths.
Time, thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Castilla will be followed by Krista Villalobos.
Hola, mi nombre es Cristal Castillo. Soy una ex empleada del Distrito Escolar de Fort Worth. Ser educadora de padres, convivir con los padres y con los niños es una de las pasiones más grandes que yo he tenido y una pasión que me ha crecido por proteger más a nuestros niños. Los niños de nuestra sociedad deben de ser los más protegidos. Me da tristeza ver que proteger la inocencia de nuestros hijos es la última de sus prioridades. Y lo han mostrado muy claro a los padres, en ustedes permitir que el currículum Health Smart se enseñe en nuestras escuelas. Y esa es la razón por lo cual 10,000 estudiantes se han ido del distrito de Fort Worth desde el 2016. Les pedimos que no adopten Health Smart y opten por un currículum más sano. Gracias.
My name is Cristal Castillo. I am an ex-employee of Fort Worth ISD. Being an educator is one of my greatest passions, for I have to protect my kids. The kids needs to be protected in any society. I am saddened that protecting the innocence of the kids is your least priority. You have demonstrated to all of the parents, allowing to have a curriculum Health Smart to be taught in schools. That's the reason why 10,000 students have left the district. We ask that you do not adopt Health Smart and opt out for a more healthy curriculum.
Thank you. Krista Villalobos, Abraham Navarez.
Hello, my name is Krista Villalobos, and I am a mother of two. I am very concerned with the lack of transparency towards parents in Fort Worth ISD. One of many examples of this lack of transparency is how hard you have made it for parents to view Health Smart. If you have nothing to hide, why don't you send parents a copy home? Also, the opt-in or opt-out forms you send for Health Smart are very vague. In the consent form, you never mentioned you wouldn't use the terms man or woman. In the curriculum, use the terms body with a penis and body with a vagina. As parents and taxpayers, we are paying you to be transparent. Make sure we know what our kids are being taught, but you are not, and that's why more and more parents are not enrolling their kids in Fort Worth ISD every year. Be transparent.
Thank you. Abraham Navarez will be followed by Stephanie Navarez.
Hello, my name is Abraham Navarez. I am 16 years old and I am a sophomore in high school. I am 2 years away from graduating, and I have 2 years to think about what skills and jobs I want to get in the future. With that being said, you should stop wasting time and money teaching us about gender identity and teach us to be successful, independent citizens. If you really care about the future of this country and my generation, vote no to adopt Health Smart.
Thank you. Stephanie Navarez will be followed by Huberto Navarez.
My name is Stephanie Navarez. I am someone who cares for this generation. As a youth leader at my church, I have seen the first-hand negative effects the corrupt public school education system has on our youth. Having Health Smart being taught to kids in school is hurting our youth by confusing them and making them feel unconformity with their own bodies. This is a direct quote from Health Smart curriculum. People are assigned a sex at birth by a healthcare provider. People can have different types of sexual attractions or sexual orientations. They may be heterosexual or straight or gay or lesbian, bisexual or pansexual. This is not okay and has no place in our classrooms. Vote no.
Huberto Navarez will be followed by Missy Cara.
Hello, my name is Humberto Nevares. I am a Fort Worth resident and taxpayer. As citizens, we are obligated to follow the law or else there's consequences. My question to you, board, is why do you think you can get away with breaking Texas state law and robbing the innocence of our kids while doing so? You will not get away with it, so we are asking you to stop breaking the law and stop sexualizing our children through Health Smart.
Missy Kara will be followed by Todd Daniels.
So this is Fort Worth ISD's new list of reproductive health services providers that are recommended to our students. Are you aware that of the 5 facilities on it, that 3 of them are known abortion providing locations? The very first 2 are Planned Parenthood. And I find this surprising because Fort Worth ISD has made diversity, equity, and inclusion a major priority. With that, you're making an effort to support and elevate the opportunities of Black and brown students. Ironically, Dr. Alveda King, who's the niece of Martin Luther King, said that the leading cause of death in the Black community isn't gang or gun violence, heart attack, stroke, HIV, high blood pressure, or diabetes. It's abortion. So this particular Planned Parenthood is on Miller Avenue, right in the heart of a Black and brown community. Why do you think that clinic is located there? Do you think that elevates Black and brown students? No. It's actually devastating an entire community through abortion. And I'm asking you to stop sending kids from Fort Worth ISD to Planned Parenthood and the Collins Family Planning Clinic that's on here, and please remove them from this list immediately. There's a lot of other options for our students, like federally qualified health centers, CHIP and Medicaid providers, crisis pregnancy centers, and adoption agencies that are all in our area. None of those are on this list. Are you aware that several districts in the U.S. are now partnering with the CDC and Planned Parenthood to use their students as a revenue-generating model? Now that you know that, what will you do? Will you plan to continue to allow our district to partner with them, or are you willing to make this stop?
Thank you. Todd Daniels will be followed by Carrie Raymeyer.
Good evening. I want to congratulate you on fixing your problems with opting in and opting out of surveys so you don't break FERPA, PERPA, all these laws that you did last year. But that's not enough either. I want to talk specifically about rhythm SEL surveys. I want to say this, just get rid of it, okay? It's not measurable. It doesn't teach anything. There's no standard of objectivity. They just take data from our kids. No one knows how to evaluate it. No one knows who evaluates it or sees it or who they share it with. I'd like to know, does the responses follow the student's records? Is it in the student record? Essentially, it's a big toy. You know, a kid's, how can an emoticon give you anything objective? It's prone to false positives. It shouldn't be used for mental health. It shouldn't be used for referrals, wraparound services, interventions, or mood meters, okay? We don't need mood evaluations. We need more lesson time. We need less distractions, less shiny objects. Kids' moods are irrelevant. If a kid has a bad day, hopefully an in-person teacher will notice one of them throughout the day and offer encouragement or help. A good lesson and a good teacher with less distraction will engage with their lesson, and hopefully everything will improve. Besides reading, writing, and arithmetic, science, and critical thinking skills at graduation someday, we want the kids to be career ready. Morning mood swings are not a reason to call in sick or to not complete tasks. They get fired. What are you going to do? Wait, boss, let me click on an emoticon first to let you know my mood before I do my work? No, it's
time. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Raymeyer will be followed by Meredith Bowman.
Good evening, Board. Unfortunately, Superintendent Ramsey is proving to be the divider that I was afraid she would be. She gave a speech at LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, where she grouped and judged people not based on character or actions, but on the immutable characteristic of skin color. She said they, meaning white people, had every system of power and have been in control for so long. It's fear. It's fear. They don't know what happens now that we have some authority and power. Also, we, meaning people like her, I guess, know that we would never treat them like they have treated us. I don't know what planet she's on, but I've never done anything to keep her or anyone else down in life. And it seems to me she's very well off, much more so than most people I know. So why is she playing victim and pushing the victim mentality on others that she considers to be like her? What she doesn't understand or pretends not to is that parents who she labels haters, not wanting their children indoctrinated with critical theory praxis, has nothing to do with skin color. It's because we believe in the American way, equality, individualism, and advancement through merit. I see the individual where Ramsey believes in the collectivism. Ramsey seems to be another radical leftist activist. The board again chose politics over students. I hope the parents and the public will stay for the 4 grievances that are to be held tonight. I can't imagine how much money the district is wasting on attorneys to fight parents who only want the district to follow the law. If you need to go home, please watch on YouTube. Lastly, if you truly cared about the best outcomes for students, you would drop the idea of universal pre-K. Long-term studies prove it's detrimental academically and socially for students. Sounds like you're following the money, not the science.
Meredith Bowman will be followed by Daniela Barrientos.
Good evening, Board. I'm Meredith Bowman, mother of 2, taxpayer and teacher in Fort Worth ISD. I come to you this evening on a different note. I'm here with a building concern as a teacher. Since September of this year, the space I teach in has had severe leaks. Our school has followed protocol on work orders and the process of asking for help. The group that was sent to do this work I teach at was the environmental team. The environmental team cannot do their job because the roof is not being repaired. They cannot properly test for mold until it is repaired. Now fast forward to today. I walked into the room I teach in to 5 standing fans trying to dry the walls. However, they were not dry. Then there were 2 more leaks that I continuously come into. I never know what I'm gonna see when I walk into the gym. Today I had to put 1 large trash can underneath one of the leaks to catch all the water. Then I came across several other leaks throughout the day as I left the room and came back in. I left school at 4:30 this afternoon, 5 buckets catching water leaks and 5 fans still going drying the walls. Yesterday I began an email with Dr. Ramsey. She connected me to Joe Coburn. Oh yeah, he's chief of operations. He shared several emails back and forth with me today. Around 3:30 p.m. I found out that he has resigned as of this past Friday. The emails he sent me were to tell me that he's working on getting it taken care of as soon as he can. But how is that true? He resigned Friday. How can he promise that? My school administration and our leadership team has done everything they are supposed to do throughout the process since September, 4 months ago. We have emails, pictures, work orders, all the communication documented. I'm asking the board, how do we get a roof repaired in this district? We should not have to take 4 months to do that. I did today just send pictures and video to Dr. Ramsey around 2:50 this afternoon. The conditions that I'm working in and the children that are learning in.
Daniela Barrientos will be followed by Donna Collins.
Good evening, Board. As a youth pastor and youth leader for more than a decade, I know the importance of teaching the next generation. It is one of the greatest responsibilities. Influencing the mindset of young people is a big deal. I pastor students and families that are part of Fort Worth School District, and my concern is that Health Smart will play a part in sexualizing kids with its curriculum. Another great concern is that it has not been made easy for parents to view the curriculum properly, and most of them have no idea. The entertainment industry is already over-sexualizing our society, and we need to protect kids from this, not expose them to inappropriate sex ed in schools where they would have no choice in what they're being taught. We're standing up against Health Smart and the sexualization of children in a world where pedophilia is becoming more and more rampant in the U.S. As adults, we need to make decisions in the best interest of children. We need to keep them safe. We know better. I urge you to vote no Do not approve Health Smart. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Collins, you will be followed by Joe Palmer.
I'm Donna Collins, a taxpayer here in Fort Worth. I am speaking out for my future grandson that will be attending Fort Worth Independent School District. I think several people have already spoken to the fact that we need to respect males and females as they are at birth. I do not like the idea of this gender fluidity, and I want to speak about tolerance. The LGBTQ community feels like it's intolerant if we don't call them by their preferred pronouns, but aren't they the ones being intolerant of other people by not showing respect to them? They're being intolerant because they're not always met with the different names that they want to be used. Also, I have many friends and family that are in the LGBT community, and some of them people I love dearly. I have polled these people, and they feel that all of the sexualization and that's going on in the schools and the corporations and in America in general are just beyond what is necessary. And they are in that community, and they feel it is too far, that we're just going too far with all of this. I want my grandson to be known as a boy, not as somebody that can, at his will, decide, just, you know, they can experiment and things, but he's a boy, and that's what he's going to be. And, you know, if he decides later in life, when he's an adult, to change that, that's a whole different thing. But I don't think he needs to be sexualized in school. And so I'm asking to vote no on Health Smart. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Joe Palmer will be followed by Carlos Tercios.
I would like you to stop wasting money on these surveys. It looks like you've awoken the sleeping giant. You need to look at the school districts around the state. They're getting steamrolled by conservative activists. And the Latino families are waking up. The Hispanic families are waking up. They've had enough, and they're going to join us. Dr. Ramsey, your legislative update reminds me of Job when he says, "Who is this that darkeneth counsel by words with no knowledge?" If he were here today, he would say, "Who is this that darkeneth counsel by the lack of information, by the willful withholding of information?" This slide presentation that you gave us tonight shows what an activist you are, and it shows what you're really going to be asking for from the legislature is a bailout. You've been hoisted by your own petard. You wasted all this ESSER money during COVID. You refused to lay off any admin during the months and months that we were remote. And you don't lay off anybody when we come back and you're hemorrhaging students. You're down 4,000 students in enrollment, and you won't lay off anybody. You're building a brand new admin. That leads to my next point. Item F, approved $300 million in bond issuance. This thing passed by 50-something people, okay? And if you ever needed a reason not to borrow money, it's now. It's the economy. The last one, 3 months ago, you approved, the interest rate was going to be 8, 9, 10%. To get $300 million right now, it's going to cost us almost or right at $500 million. Board members, I would like you to ask staff during the presentation, item F, I would like you to ask them, what is the interest amount? What is the projected interest rate? Make them give you information during this meeting. Don't make them come back to you and give it to you later in private where we can't hear you. More survey questions. During your life, how many times have you used a needle to inject any illegal drug into your body? Have you ever had sexual intercourse? How old were you when you had sexual intercourse for the first time? How many people? During first 3 months, how many people have you had sex with? How many times have you used any form of cocaine, including powder, crack, or freebase?
Time, thank you.
Thank you. Carlos Tercios. Carlos Tercios will be followed by Amy Super. I would ask that the audience give respect to each of the speakers. Excuse me, that's a first warning for a shout out. If staff can see who that was, please give them the first warning.
Good evening, school board and Madam Board President. I'd like to talk about the upcoming Health Smart curriculum vote that will take place this January school board meeting. issue I have with this curriculum is the lack of transparency. Fort Worth ISD has done a disservice to the stakeholders of this community, as many people do not know about the contents of this curriculum. Only 20 people attended the town hall meeting for the Health Smart curriculum in June, when there are tens of thousands of parents in Fort Worth ISD. When I attended the review meeting, we were barred from taking photos or taking any copies from the Health Smart curriculum. Why the secrecy? Why the lack of transparency? Surely if you wanted parents to know, that you would have posted the whole thing online, right? Or y'all doing this because y'all want to hide something? Maybe y'all wanting to hide a social justice activist element in the Health Smart curriculum. I took a photo, and y'all can do whatever y'all want to do with me, but it's not copyright because we're taxpayers and we're here. We represent Fort Worth. Y'all cannot do anything because we can vote every single one of y'all out next May and in 2025. A body with a penis or a body with a vagina. I will say this, there's a male and there's a female, point blank, end of story, basic biology 101. When I showed that to my mom, who's from Mexico, she was like, ¿qué es eso? Nomás hay un hombre y hay una mujer. Hay hombre y hay una mujer. ¿Cómo voy al baño? ¿Cómo las mujeres van al baño, al baño de mujer y los hombres van al baño del hombre? Biología 101. Pero no están haciendo eso. Si tú les enseñas eso a la comunidad hispana, and we're 70% of the stakeholders in this city, we have the power and the majority. You need to listen to us. Necesitas escucharnos porque somos la mayoría y nosotros tenemos el poder para votar para personas mejores para esta mesa directiva del distrito escolar. El mayo que entra en 2025 es una revolución que vas a tener aquí en este distrito. Gracias.
Thank you. Amy Super will be our final speaker of the evening.
Good evening. I know how much you guys love TASB, so I thought I'd start out with a quote from the TASB site. Individuals who vote when they are younger are more likely to become lifelong voters. You get an F for your attempt at busing students to Fort Worth poll sites. You want to know why? Not because I think that's a bad idea. I actually think it's a great idea. I really, really do. And I was in charge of that early voting site where you sent for. The problem was you didn't coordinate with anybody. Superintendent Ramsey, you could have made one phone call to the elections administrator. He would have made that a seamless process for you. You get an F because out of 4 busloads of students who came and thought they were going to get to vote, I would say maybe 10 of them actually got to cast a regular ballot. You want to know why? Because you also failed them on your high school levels. Your high school deputy registrars, they turned in incomplete voter registration applications. They turned them in late. Each of those students had to listen as I called the elections administration and hear the reason why they weren't going to be able to cast a vote. I'll never forget their faces. Do you think they're going to come back and vote again? I don't think so. Here's something else from TASB you might like. By fulfilling their statutory obligations to educate students about voting rights and responsibilities, school districts play a key role in encouraging young voters to engage in the electoral process. F again. You think they're going to come back? I don't think so. I'll tell you who was coordinated, though. Somebody in the district or somebody at a school who coordinated with one political party, because at that site, every candidate who was running for judge and district attorney and state representative all knew when every single one of those kids were going to show up. What time, what date, and when they got off the bus, which was parked in the street, by the way, they were given campaign brochures, they were pressured, they were indoctrinated, and they were coerced, in my opinion, into voting for one party all the way down the ballot. TASB warns you about not doing that. You might want to listen to them.
Thank you. We'll move on to 8, discussion of consent agenda items. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Do I have any questions regarding consent agenda? Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. I would like to abstain from item G.
Trustee Luébanos will be abstaining from item G. Any other questions? We will now recess and reconvene in the board conference room for executive session. The time is precisely 7:23 p.m. The date is Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under sections 551071, 2, 4, and 6. Thanks to each of you for being here, and happy holidays if you're leaving now. Okay. In accordance with the open meetings law, this board opened the meeting at 5:30 p.m. with quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now we have reconvened open session at 10:39 p.m. with a quorum present. We are going to accept the consent agenda with one item being removed and going to action, and that is item F that will move to action. And Trustee Luebanos will be abstaining from item G. I will be abstaining from items 20, 21, and 22 in an overabundance of caution. That is all for Fort Worth After School, and Fort Worth Spark donates to Fort Worth After School on occasion, and so I want to be very clear and not vote on that. Do I have a motion accepting the consent agenda as stated? '20, 21, and 22 for me. Are you good, Trustee Dar? Thank you for the clarification. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Evans, second Trustee Phillips. Any discussion? Please move to voting. And the consent agenda passes unanimously. Moving to 14, action items removed from consent agenda. We have item F. And do I have someone that would like to read that motion? If not, I will. Item F is consider and approve an order authorizing the issuance of Fort Worth Independent School District Unlimited Tax School Building Bonds, Series 2023, in an amount not to exceed $300 million, levying a continuing direct annual ad valorem tax for the payment of such bonds and resolving other matters incident and related thereto, including delegating certain matters relating to the sale and issuance of the bonds to authorized district officials within specified parameters. I made the motion. May I have a second? Trustee Martinez, thank you. Any discussion? Please move to voting. And the motion passes 8 yes, 1 no. We're going to take the action agenda items together with the exception of Dr. Ramsey 1. We're clean? Okay. We will take. We don't have any items for A and B. We do not have an item for 15A or B. We will move with the board's approval and a motion to take items C through O. Is that correct, counsel? Okay.
Yes,
Do I
ma'am.
have a motion? Trustee Dar?
I believe that we are voting on N separately.
Okay. We will remove N as in no. And we will vote on C through O with the exception of N. May I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Dar. Need a second. Trustee Ryan. Please, any discussion? Please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Moving on to N, which is being voted on separately and not in the block. Discussion and action to approve resolution concerning implementation and enforcement of school safety measures. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Martinez. Second by Trustee Phillips. Any discussion? Trustee Dar?
Yes, thank you. I just want to be very clear on what we're voting on here. The way this resolution reads, we are not voting to approve a curriculum. We are simply voting to instruct the SHAC Council to convene for the purpose of recommending curriculum and also to hold 2 public meetings in order to get feedback regarding the curriculum. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
wanted to make sure that we had clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Dr. Ramsey, thank you for the clarification. Any other discussion? Let's please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. At this time, we will move to item P, consider the complaint hearing of Holly Plemons. Those who are overseeing this process at this time, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Castillo, and I will serve as the presiding officer for this hearing. The purpose of the portion of this meeting is to hear the Level 3 complaints of Ms. Meredith Bowman and Ms. Holly Plemons. This hearing is being conducted during a duly called meeting of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees convened on Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. This hearing is being held pursuant to the district complaint policies, FNG local. You guys would, I'm presuming you guys would want this hearing in open session, correct? Okay. Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. I am Ben Castillo, Board Counsel and Presiding Officer for this grievance. For the record, a quorum is present. The following board members are present: Trustee Wallace Bridges, Trustee Ann Dar, Trustee Karen C.J. Evans, Board President Toby Jackson, Trustee Anayed Luabanos, Trustee Roxanne Martinez, Trustee Quentin Phillips, Trustee Dr. Camille Rodriguez, and Trustee Dr. Michael Ryan. We are meeting to consider the Level 3 complaints of Ms. Bowman and Ms. Plemons. Ms. Bowman and Ms. Plemons, do you have a representative on your behalf? All right. For the record, Ms. Bowman and Ms. Plemons are representing themselves. Will the individual responding on behalf of the administration please state your name?
Rebecca Bradley.
attorney for district administration.
I will now ask each member of this board whether he or she is able to serve as an impartial member of this body and to arrive at a decision based solely upon the record in this matter and information presented at this meeting, and not on any other information he or she may have heard prior to this meeting. Any member not able to serve should say so now and ask to be excused. For the record, no trustee has asked to be excused. A recording of this hearing must be made. Please avoid talking when others are speaking so that the recording will reflect the proceedings accurately. This hearing will be conducted in open session as follows. Ms. Bowman and Ms. Plemons and the administration will each have a total of 20 minutes to make their presentations to this board. This is not a formal legal proceeding, so no strict rules of evidence or procedure will apply. Also, there is no cross-examination. The board is not required to consider documentation or claims not previously submitted or issues not previously raised. There will be an opportunity for board members to ask questions. However, board members are not subject to questioning by the complainant, administration, or legal counsel, nor are they required to ask questions. As the complainants, Ms. Bowman and Ms. Plemons will present first. I will keep time for the presentation and notify you when you have 2 minutes remaining. Or would you prefer some other minute marker? 3? Any time remaining of your 20 minutes after your initial response can be used by you for rebuttal after the administration's response. The administration's presentation will follow. Ms. Bradley, I will notify you when you have 2 minutes remaining, or would you prefer some other minute marker?
2 minutes is sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Any time remaining from your 20 minutes after your initial response can be used by you for rebuttal to Ms. Bowman and Ms. Plemons' rebuttal. Following the presentations, the board will meet in closed session with board counsel for advice and may then return to open session to deliberate and to take action, if any. Does anyone have any questions or initial procedural matters that need to be discussed? You may begin.
Am I on? Okay. Okay, good evening. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for the recent information just sent out for parents to opt in or opt out last week. However, there are still questions on what the specifics are for what the parents are opting in and out for. The reasons for the grievance tonight are as follows. First, I would like to address the fact that my daughter's last name was misspelt on the level 2 correspondence. Her last name is Bowman, the same as mine, B-O-W-M-A-N, and it was spelled B-A-U-M-A-N. Secondly, this grievance is because the resolve in level 2 and level 3, the hearing was to never survey my daughter again, and that was quoted on February 2nd, 2022 from Cherie Washington, stating, after carefully reviewing the information presented at the level 2 hearing, my findings are as follows. For the remainder of the 2021-22 school year, the district will grant your request and will not survey your daughter. Additionally, for the 2022-2023 school year, the district is reevaluating our practices for survey administration. My daughter was indeed surveyed again, without my knowledge. Third, the attorney representing Fort Worth ISD, Ms. Bradley, said that the survey was optional. That is not true. I only knew my rights as a parent and as a teacher. I knew the survey was coming and did not want my daughter to take it. I told her not to take it. I never filled out an opt-out form of any kind. She was shamed in front of her peers several times for not taking the survey because she was asked to take it. Later, when the senior survey was given, she did not refrain from taking it in fear of being embarrassed. That is not okay for a 17-year-old to have to go through. And as her parent, I did not know she was being surveyed, so I did not have access to the survey questions. I have found them after the fact, and here are some of the questions on that senior survey. On average, how much do you think it costs for 1 year of in-state tuition at a public or community college in Texas? How does a 17-year-old need to, how do they know that? Number 2, how informed are you in the following types of financial aid options were Pell Grants, federal loans, work studies, Smart 529 plan, tax credit, instructional scholarships, private scholarships, Texas Grant, Texas Public Education Grant Program, Texas Educational Opportunity Program, Texas Be on Time. I don't even know what some of these options are. How would my daughter even know what that means? Number 3, this is a great question. Who helped you in CAPS the most with each of the following? Here are the options. Take an AP course, develop a post-secondary plan, helped you select a college, provided you with information on how to pay for college, helped with college entrance requirements. Here are the options listed. The administrator, the athletic coach, the counselor, the teacher, the college and career ready center, a family member, peer, other, or no one. Where is the parent listed here? How is my 17-year-old supposed to know all of this? Number 4, did you complete a financial aid application? The options were FAFSA, TASFA. I did not complete one. That is nobody's business but the parents. The students do not fill these applications out. Number 5, what was the reason you did not complete the FAFSA or TASFA? Here are the options. I do not need financial aid. My parents were not willing to submit private financial information. My parents did not think I would qualify or we were eligible. Did not know about it. Do not plan to go to college. Did not have all the information needed to complete the form. They use parents here, but nowhere else in the questionnaires. And who needs to know all this information? The child's parents are not willing to submit financial information. That's an invasion of privacy. Number 6, do you have a copy of the student aid report you received upon completion of the FAFSA? Yes or no? A child is not able to fill a form like this out. That would be the parents. The bottom line is parents should be looking at these forms. They asked a lot of different questions about military entrance. They asked about why a student is not interested in attending college. That really doesn't have anything to do with the school district's opinions or business. There are several more. I just highlighted a few that I thought were very interesting. My question is, how can we trust the district administration when they are not following what they committed to do? My daughter was forced to take that survey at the end of the 2021-2022 school year. She was told she would not graduate without taking the senior survey. I never received notice of this survey, and when I found out about it, I asked my daughter, and it was on June 1st, 2022, her graduation day. She should have never filled that survey out anyway, according to the resolve in level 2 grievance in February. If the district was being completely transparent, I would have had this survey to begin with and made sure she would not have been filling it out. When my level 1 response came back on round 2 of filing a grievance over the surveys, I was told that I was not in time frame of filling this grievance out. That's disappointing, the fact that the district was unable to admit to not doing what they committed to doing and accusing me of being in the wrong. I was told that you should have known. Well, the district wants us to trust them with our children and our tax money, and is that a very good response? I thought parents and administration were to work together. That was not working together, even with a parent like myself who is involved. And as a teacher, that is not a response I would give a parent if I had made a mistake. I would sit down with the parent, work out the issue, and get on the same page. If I was wrong, I would do whatever I could to help all of us get together to see what's best. I would not say you're too late in coming to me with anything. As I said in the beginning, I am glad there's an opt-in form that just went out last week, but those forms are very vague as to what parents are opting in and out of. There needs to be full transparency for our children. My daughter is under my care. The Lord has entrusted her to me as her mother. I have natural right to decide what is okay for her and what is not. That right does not belong to the district or to the state. These types of things have caused 1, distrust between parents and children, 2, distrust between Fort Worth ISD and parents, 3, distrust between citizens, which are taxpayers, and Fort Worth ISD. I am asking for my daughter's data back. I'm also asking for full transparency from the district for all stakeholders. This is how trust is gained back for the entire community. I am also asking for notice for all parents on every survey that is administered to their children. I want all parents to be able to see a survey before their child takes it to decide whether their child is allowed to take the survey or not. I ultimately want the surveys out of the schools. Thank you.
First thing I'm going to read you is from the Texas Constitution. There is no requirement that a board negotiate or even respond to complaints. However, a board must stop, look, and listen, and must consider the petition, address, or remonstrance. Please remember that when you're playing on your phones and your Apple Watches during this grievance. I wanted to talk to you guys about what happened with my kids after the grievance, where I was given a level 1 and a level 2 decision that my children would not be surveyed anymore. On November 29th, 2021, I was given a level 1 grievance response. I will commit to providing advance notice to parents of any student surveys, including any information I have on the purpose of the survey and how parents can exempt students from taking the survey. On February 22nd, 2022, I received my level 2 response. The district will not administer surveys to your children unless you consent. On January 10th, I received a text message from my boys' principal, and she said that she wanted to talk to me about the upcoming survey. She did, and I told her I do not consent. On 1/19/22 and 2/2/22, both of my boys received that exact survey that she called me about. I am not asking for you not to just not present these to my children. I don't want them to read these questions of asking my kids if there's a correlation between the types of classes taken by high school students and their COVID vaccination status. On 2/16/22, both of my boys also received two district surveys on the ESSER. On 5/6/22, my oldest son received a senior survey. He was told that he would not graduate if he did not fill it out. Next, I'm going to read you a couple of surveys that I found in my kids' inboxes when I was on their computers. This is my favorite one. This is a district survey. This is not optional. That's pretty key to note, considering during the last grievances, council said that these surveys were optional. She said that also during Mr. Daniels' grievance. Here it is from your staff. It's not optional. Here's another one, survey required. Must take, quiz grade. Here's another one, lab grade. It will be a 0 if you complete it late. Panorama survey, this is for a grade. Survey for 100 grade, district survey. Survey for 100. Here's a progress report showing where the kids were given grades for surveys. Here's another one, I will give you guys extra credit, panorama extra credit. Here's one that is their attendance. Here's one that you guys are offering a $25 possible gift card if the kids fill out the survey. Here's a survey for an insight into your values. Relational needs survey. There's 2 of those. And then we've got some emails to the teachers from the principals. And it told the teachers to administer these surveys. A teacher contacted me and said, I didn't want to take it. I was forced to take it. Here's one from principals. They need to complete the survey, must complete survey, push to get our students to complete the surveys. In my level 2 response from Ms. Molinar, she said, given your diligence in monitoring district surveys and direct instructions that you indicated you provided to your children not to participate in surveys, it is plausible and reasonable to believe that you should have known about the January and February surveys. That doesn't matter if I did or did not know. You were told not to, and you did not respect my parental rights. However, I did not know, and I want to ask you, here are 1,291 surveys as of 5/22/22. If anybody thinks that I know about every single one of these surveys, you're completely wrong. Who would? Here are 16 classes of surveys that are given in the district. And what else was said to me? What's my time, Mr. Castillo?
9 minutes.
9 minutes left? Awesome. Thank you. What we have here in the new opt-in, opt-out, while I do appreciate that happening, it's not enough. There's a lot of parents that do not know about these surveys, and you know that. You have surveys that you do, and parents don't respond. We've seen the results. So there's a ton of parents that are not going to see this. Most of them are our low-income students. You need to protect them. You are elected to represent we the people. You are elected to represent the students. You are not elected to cover up for the board and the administration and the superintendent. You're supposed to be there for us. You're supposed to be the one looking out for the kids. These surveys are dangerous, they're illegal, and they're a violation of parental rights. If you ask a kid about taking heroin, ask them about sex, that's illegal. Parents want to know. I don't have a hard ask here. All I've said is let the parents know and make them all opt in so that the parents are the ones that are in control of this. It is their students' information, and you are selling the data. And it even says so in your website posting that these are tied to grants. You recently canceled your contract with Panorama, and I have the letter that you canceled it with Panorama, but then you did Panorama surveys just 2 months ago, and you gave them to parents. That data was sold. It wasn't for Fort Worth ISD, it was for a grant. Did those parents know that their data was not going to be staying with you, that it was going to be going to a third-party company, that it was going to be going to somebody else, and you did it for money. How did you do that with Panorama, considering you canceled your contract? I have lots of questions about that. I am asking this board to please do what's right for the kids. I understand that you want to get that grant money, but are the children's lives not more important than that? What about parental rights? I went through the process. I'm supposed to trust this process. It's set up to make me fail. This attorney is not sworn in under oath, and she can lie, and she did. She had these surveys when she did Mr. Daniels that said that these surveys are not opt-in. I had already submitted that information. And she continued to say that they're optional. They're not optional. How do our children know? You heard me read through that stack. That's just what my kids didn't delete. They don't know which one is optional and which one is not. And why are you wanting parents to have to train their children not to trust their teachers? I want a teacher to tell my son, do this assignment, and they're going to do it, and they're going to respect their teacher. That is how I have raised my children. But now I'm having to tell them, but don't do rhythm. Don't do Panorama. Don't do any surveys. He's 9. That is putting a wedge with the school and the family, with my child, where he has to be like, well, do I go ahead and do the survey to make my teacher happy and then just not tell my mom? That's not respecting families. I went through the process. I filed the grievance. I sat here before all of you. I got my decision that my children would not be surveyed, and then you surveyed them. What an utter disrespect to receive the letters that I received that, oh, you should have known better. You didn't file in time because we don't believe your date of when you found it. Well, I have a Facebook post of when I did find all of those. So the date is absolutely correct, and I have submitted that in evidence, and you should have all received it. What are parents supposed to do? If we have the right to opt out, you're supposed to partner with parents, just like the education code says. What are parents supposed to do? I opted out, and then I'm told, well, you should have known better. No, I'm sorry. No, you're right. We shouldn't have done this. We're sorry. How can we work on this? Here we are. These grievances cost taxpayers about $10,000 apiece. That's ridiculous waste of money. Do what you're supposed to do. You are the ones that are supposed to be taking care of this. You are the one that are supposed to be running the show, not the admins. I understand they want the data. I understand they want to sell it. But I'm asking you to represent the parents that elected you, represent the taxpayers that are being forced to fund this school, and protect the children. Just do what's right by families. You know that people don't find out. Thank you. I'll reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal.
Thank you. You have 4 minutes and 13 seconds left. Ms. Bradley, you may proceed.
Good evening. Thank you all for your attention and time this evening. As an initial matter, there were pieces of evidence that were cited that are outside of the local record, and I would object to anything outside of the local record being submitted after the fact.
Noted.
Without waiving that objection, if this information sounds familiar, it's because this grievance has been before you previously. After the conclusion of the initial grievance that came before you, and after you made a decision in May, a new grievance was filed on the same issue, expecting the same outcome. And Ms. Bowman, for the first time, raised a concern that the clerical issue existed in the grievance response, and please know that was a complete error, and the district apologizes for that. It meant no disrespect. Additionally, as far as the procedural pieces, as noted in the response, it was not meant to be disrespectful, but board policy F&G local, which has been adopted by this board, requires all complaint forms to be filed within 15 district business days of the date the student or parent first knew, or with reasonable diligence should have known of the decision or action giving rise to the complaint or grievance. Further, board policy F&G local requires all timelines to be strictly enforced, unless modified by mutual written consent. With regard to Ms. Plemons' grievance, Ms. Plemons cited in her grievance paperwork that she became aware of the alleged violation in May or early June, but that the violation occurred on January 19th, 2022, which is approximately 140 calendar days and 93 standard work days after the date the complainant knew or should have known of the issue giving rise to her level 1 complaint. While the complainant stated that she filed the date she first knew, it's not the date she knew under policy, but the date that with reasonable diligence she should have known. In her level 2 appeal, she indicated that she, although presented a grievance related to the topic of surveys, did not review her students' own emails or records until after the level 3 appeal before the Board of Trustees. Again, it's with reasonable diligence that the complainant should have known prior to the expiration of the 15 days, since surveys were the crux of her original concern and complaint. With regard to Ms. Bowman's grievance, the same policy is applicable. The survey the complainant referenced in her level 1 grievance was open from April 18th, 2022 to May 18th, 2022. However, the complainant failed to file her grievance until June 11th, 2022. Both grievances should be dismissed in their entirety due to their untimeliness, but without waiver of the foregoing, in an effort to address the merits as they've been presented today. This is an attempt to use the grievance process improperly as an attempt to relitigate or re-argue a prior decision of the Board of Trustees, which is an improper use of the grievance process. Board policy F&G local ends at the level 3 process before the board. A complainant is not allowed to restart the process hoping for a different outcome. Additionally, it's important to note that at the prior level 3 appeal, the complainants had an equal opportunity to present evidence, rebut any statements for the board's consideration. The hearing is the appropriate mechanism to address any allegations of misstatements or untruths, not the utilization of the grievance process to relitigate the matter the next month. Thus, the complainant's complaint should be dismissed in its entirety for the improper attempt to relitigate the same issues. Again, without waiver of those procedural concerns. The complainants raised several factual disputes, including the representation that the surveys are optional. It is important to provide a common operational definition, as it was meant when previously stated. Again, there were no adverse consequences given to any student for their lack of participation. The term optional means left to one's choice. There's no evidence in the record that Ms. Plemons' child actually completed the surveys in January, February, or May, indicating that it was left to one's choice or optional. While the district fully acknowledges that they were erroneously issued, it does not mean that there was harm or that it was not optional because they didn't do it. And again, Ms. Molinar indicated that it was vigorously encouraged because several things are tied specifically to surveys, and that is acknowledged in the grievance responses. But even without that, the allegations made ignore the alternative arguments that were also presented at that May board meeting. The PPRA only applies to a narrow subset of surveys that would not include school surveys seeking community feedback, a senior exit survey about student experiences, end-of-year surveys, or attendance surveys. Those are outside the scope of the PPRA. And at the May hearing, there was alternative arguments assuming the facts as set forth, assuming that the surveys had been mandatory, and it still did not indicate that the surveys were issued illegally, which was the subject of the prior grievance. The complainants are focused on the factual minutia in an effort to get an unjustified remedy, rather than the legal requirements. The substantive arguments regarding the legality of the surveys remains unchanged. The district has repeatedly acknowledged that the survey process was not as organized as it could have been, and has acknowledged that surveys were erroneously issued after the level 1, or level 2 responses were issued. The district takes ownership of those pieces. However, the complainant refiled a grievance without giving the district the opportunity to complete the revamp process from May to now, which the district has been diligently and thoroughly working to do, without going back to actions almost a year ago before the district's commitment to the process was made. Additionally, Ms. Plemons alleges in her level 3 appeal that the grievance process is meant to gaslight parents. That accusation is erroneous and does not review the facts as they are before you. The grievance process provided due process to the complainants and allowed the complainants to redress their grievances before their governing body. As a result of the complainant and her colleagues' grievances, the district has undertaken a massive transformative effort related to the survey process and continues that effort moving forward, as acknowledged by Ms. Plemons during public comment. The grievance process is effective and did what it was supposed to do by providing an outcome to better support students, staff, and parents, even if all the complainants' relief was not provided. And I would be remiss if I didn't address that new process. That new process was just unveiled on a brand new platform on December 5th. In that process, on the homepage of the website, you can see that there are frequently asked questions for parents. The new process allows for more transparency. It allows parents to preview surveys and receive advance notice based on the grade level of their students. It allows parents to opt in and opt out of surveys and enumerates which surveys are opt in or opt out. It clearly explains the purpose of surveys. And the district has required campuses to create campus teams that create a plan to allow parents the opportunity to inspect in advance, as well as when that window closes for parents to digitally make those choices, the campus team is responsible for following up with parents, and making sure that parents without internet access have the ability to make those decisions, whether in paper or online. District administration has tried to account for every parent and to be able to reach every parent of the approximately 72,000 students that the district serves. And finally, the complainant has not indicated any actual harm. She has articulated anticipated harm. There is absolutely no evidence in the record that her students have been harmed or that the anticipation of harm down the road is reasonable in nature or based in fact as it exists today. Turning to Ms. Plemons' requested relief. Ms. Plemons has not provided evidence in the record to grant the requested relief as it was stated in the level 3 appeal. At the level 1, the complainant requested $50,000 for relief and anticipated non-actual fictional damages. Then at the level 2, the amount requested arbitrarily increased to a request of $75,000. The Texas Constitution strictly prohibits the district in Article 3, Section 51 and 52 and other provisions from granting public funds for a private purpose. Granting the monetary relief tonight would be solely for a private purpose and is not serving a public purpose, thus is constitutionally impermissible. Second, the complainant, Ms. Plemons, requested the district stop illegally surveying all children and to follow the law. There is no evidence that the district illegally surveyed students in violation of the law. Moreover, the district, as committed in the prior grievance that came before this board, has worked diligently to refine and revise that process. And in fact, as far as I know, is the only one in the state of Texas to create the platform that does all of the things, allowing the opt-in and the opt-out and the transparency. Ms. Plemons also requested affidavits from all survey companies that her children's data has been completely destroyed and is no longer stored by anyone. The third party has already provided that written confirmation that the information has been destroyed, and the district is under no obligation and has no authority to demand an affidavit from a third-party vendor. There is simply no evidence that the affidavit is warranted in this situation. They've already given that representation. Turning to Ms. Bowman's requested relief. Ms. Bowman's child has graduated, and any complaint or requested relief stemming from that senior exit survey is moot, as the child is no longer enrolled in the district. Additionally, the child's information has been confirmed to be destroyed by the third-party vendor, and the complainant also requests additional information regarding the process if the complainant disagrees with the board's determination. The internal grievance process is clear that under F&G Local, the Board of Trustees' determination is the ultimate decision internally on behalf of the district. And finally, the entirety of this grievance is to re-litigate an issue that is continuing to be addressed by the district and has led to massive change in the use of surveys across the district. It is time to move forward and embrace the change rather than looking back and assuming harm and malfeasance where none existed. In light of the local record and the information presented, the district administration specifically requests the board deny both grievances in their entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. You have 7 minutes and 17 seconds left. Before Ms. Plemons and Ms. Bowman continue, I'd just like to remind the crowd and both parties that we're trying to create a clean record, so any disruptions could interfere with that. So please refrain from making comments or whatnot in the crowd. Ms. Plemons, you have 4 minutes and 13 seconds.
I'm going to respond real quick. I will say my daughter was shamed and embarrassed, and that is why she did not she actually did fill out the survey, the exit survey for the seniors. She would have not done that had she not continuously been called out. So there was damage done to her. She might be fine now, but that was not the case at the time. My other thing is I'm very concerned about how these opt-out, opt-in forms are going to be taken into consideration. How are you going to know? As in fact, this actually happened to my own child. She was not supposed to be surveyed, and she was. And as a parent, I don't care if it was last year. It happened last year when I was actually doing the grievances. If I would have known, I would have filed the grievance at the time it had happened. But it should have never happened after that was the district's decision. And I'm her mom, and it's my decision to let her do it or not. And your decision was to not ever do it again, and you still did it. That is why this grievance happened again. It is not because I'm going on what happened last year.
The panorama contract says, if requested, a party shall provide to the other party an affidavit confirming the purging and/or return of PII within 5 business days of such a request. And then I would also like to talk about the new opt-in, opt-out. On the very first 2 surveys, my print didn't come out well. It's a Texas Senate Bill number 9. That's a broken link. It doesn't go to anything. The one right above it, it just goes to a bill. And then the Rhythm check-ins, it just goes to Rhythm's website, so it does not state the questions that they are supposed to be giving us. And then also, where's the other one? Oh, I've lost it. No, I don't remember where I put it. I could have sworn I said it literally right here. Crap. Burn it time. I read the survey into the record, you guys. For her to continue to say that these surveys are optional, I read it to you. They were for grades. They were for attendance. They are hiring somebody that is coming here and lying and 100% gaslighting parents. To say that this grievance has no standing and that I'm trying to file another grievance, I went through the process so that my children were not in that position of having to be in between that with their teacher of I'm not going to do this. And that is exactly what my oldest son had to do when he was threatened that he would not graduate. And he did not come home and tell me this because he did not want me to know and to go up to the school because the school retaliates. He was a student office assistant last year, and right after everybody found out that it was me that sued the school, guess what? They all were mean to him. Nobody would talk to him. My 8-year-old was absolutely retaliated against, which is why I pulled all of my children from this district. And it says in policy after policy that you are not allowed to retaliate for parents bringing a concern forward. But that is exactly what's happening. And then our children don't want to come to their parent. You are breaking that parental bond. That is the harm that is being done, is that my son did not tell me that he was threatened that he would not graduate if he didn't take that student survey. But I've raised an awesome kid, and he was able to stand up for himself and say, I'm not going to do this. My mom has opted out. Please contact my principal. I'm happy that he did that, but he shouldn't have to, because then he was afraid the teacher was going to retaliate against him. This is unacceptable. This firm that they continue to keep hiring is constantly lying to you.
If you could
Look
finish
at the
your
evidence.
thought, Ms. Plemons.
I'm done. Look at the evidence. It clearly says that these surveys were for grades and that they are not optional. Read the one that says not optional. Read what that teacher wrote to those kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Plemons. Ms. Bradley, you have 7 minutes and 17 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing the attention to any issues on the website. Again, this is a work in progress, as well as the opportunity to inspect that will be done on the campus level with campus teams. So that's absolutely an opportunity that is available to all parents for those surveys. As part of the new process, that's a campus by campus based opportunity. This is the first time that I'm hearing the complaint or concern about retaliation, and I would recommend that you follow those processes because that is prohibited by the district, and we do not endorse any form of retaliation, and it is strictly prohibited. So if that is something that has been experienced, we highly would like to know the information. The indication that I am not truthful before the board because I am not under oath or that I have intentionally misled the board is offensive, and the attacks on my personal credentials, professional ethics, and personal morals are meritless. The arguments made before the board are based on the record created at the Level 1 and Level 2 conferences. The information and the statements made are based solely on that level, on that local record. I have an obligation to be truthful and accurate as possible and do so based on the evidence presented. If the complainants do not provide the robust record that supports the allegations, then that is no fault of the district administration in presenting their case. Further, regardless, even assuming that they were mandatory, they did not violate the PPRA. Even assuming that that is true, in order to have violated the PPRA, there are other elements that must be met that simply weren't met to require an opt-in or an opt-out. Even without that, the district has done diligent work to refine the process, to work with parent stakeholders, and to create a process that reaches all students. Therefore, the district administration renews its request for the board to deny the grievances in their entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley, Ms. Plemons, and Ms. Bowman. Appreciate your time. At this point, the board, if it does have any questions, may now ask them. But if not, we would go into closed session so you guys could get legal advice. So it's up to y'all if the board has any questions at this time. Trustee Ryan?
First, I'm trying to figure out if we don't get the surveys to the parents, how do they know that they want to opt in or opt out? So that would be a question I've got. One of them that I do have, I can certainly understand why any principal or the counselors within a school would want to know what your child knew, so they could help the ones that follow them on how what services they need to provide to graduate. But that's one that ought to be coming right from the school and from the counselor's office to anybody that wanted to answer, I would think. On the surveys that you were talking about where they had a chance to, or they weren't going to be allowed to graduate, does it say that on the survey?
No, it does not.
Okay, that came from the person administering the survey.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea how much time your kids lost in class time doing surveys?
That's a great question. I had 2 children that had inboxes within the district, and I was able to go into their inboxes on May 30th, and that's when I found these surveys, and just typed in survey. I typed in a panorama rhythm, just to see about how many surveys were given to my 2 children that they did not delete. And this is not the questions, this is just the email telling them to do it. This is how many my 2 children received in 4 years within the district that they did not delete. This does not include all of the ones that I knew about back before when the kids were first in the district, like the ESSER, and the ones that were sent whenever my senior was a freshman and a sophomore. Look at this. This is instruction time that our children are missing for surveys so that you can sell the data. Your scores are tanking. Maybe get rid of these. Thank you for the question, Dr. Ryan.
And the council, one of the questions I've got would be, we were talking about the time frame. If the parent doesn't know the survey was administered, how do we start the clock back then when they don't find out until another time?
That's a great question. And I think first, that's why we address both procedural and substantive for your attention tonight. As far as the timeline, it's with reasonable diligence should have known. So if the parent had reasonably done a search, particularly in filing a grievance on surveys, reasonable person would have gone and looked for that information prior to bringing the grievance. And so it's reasonable to think that they would have, with reasonable diligence, have found the same information that they found May 30th. And so that's where the timeline starts, is when they should have known, not just when they actually knew.
Okay, I'm still lost in there, because if I'm a parent and I've gotten no information anywhere, what do I know? Now I realize that with social media it's a lot more common now than it was before. I'm still working on mimeograph machines and trying to get the smell from those things. But you know, if we're not sending information out to the parents in a way that we would expect them to get, however we do it for school announcements, I mean, they're going to get the announcements if we had a lockdown and we want to tell them why we did it, or it was just a drill or whatever. So, I mean, we ought to be able to use the same thing. But if they don't know, I don't know how you can start the clock before they find out. Now, the obverse to that is, I don't know how you figure out when they actually knew. I'm just working on good faith with everybody and assuming that everybody's telling me exactly what they knew when they knew it.
And I think that to that point, that's why the district has created the process that they did on December 5th that also includes robocalls. It includes notification via email, is so that that notification is sent out, because that was a concern that was raised by the complainants. And again, it comes down to when did they know or should have known with reasonable diligence.
So, Ms. Bradley, I'm going to interrupt you a little bit there just because, Dr. Ryan, we got the administration's position as far as the legal advice on the definition on this side. We could have that conversation in the back as per the legal advice from me to you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Did you want me to respond back to you about what she said?
Any other questions? Just because it's kind of a legal question. But we got the administration's response, and I'll give advice to the board.
Well, I mean, she said that I should have known because I should have searched my children's inboxes. I didn't know that they were even emailed to my children. I didn't even know how to get into my children's email. It was their Chromebooks, and I never got in them. To say something that I should have known something just because I found one thing, that's absolutely ridiculous, and it's super offensive. I mean, board, how do you expect parents to ever come to you if they're treated this way? Saying that I should have known, I made a public Facebook post. Y'all know I post everything public on Facebook about Fort Worth ISD so that I can inform parents. If I would have known to search an inbox, I would have posted it. I've posted everything about it, and that's exactly what I did on May 30th.
Thank you. Trustee Martinez?
I don't know if this is the same question, but maybe if Ms. Plemons had already made it clear that she didn't want her children to be surveyed at all, how would she reasonably know that they were even receiving those surveys? Whether or not she knew to check if it already been, the district had already agreed that they would not survey them. And the second question is, through our various survey softwares, was there not a way when the district agreed not to survey them to remove them from the system?
So at the time, the district did not have a specific platform that organized all the surveys in the district. So it would come from the various departments that were doing different grants. Now it's all streamlined into one platform. So that process has been addressed. It also is my understanding from the record that Ms. Weeks notified the complainant that surveys were coming. And so she did have awareness at the time that the principal told her the surveys were being issued. What that conversation entailed, we have the complainant's side of that, but Ms. Weeks is not here to speak to that. But there was notification that surveys were being administered during that time.
Am I allowed to respond to that?
Oh, can
I
I
am.
ask one more question about follow-up to that? How was she notified?
So according to the grievance record, Ms. Weeks, according to what complainant submitted, sent a text message to have a phone conversation with the complainant, and they had some sort of phone conversation about those surveys. Additionally, just so everyone knows, because I know that's been an issue that's been brought up, is how are we going to work that process moving forward? The way that it will work is IT will take all of those forms and will go through and make sure that they comb the right preferences for each survey for each student, now that we have it all online and digital, so that we don't have this issue moving forward.
To answer you about Ms. Weeks, she did text me, and I have a good relationship with her, and she said, got it, your children will not be surveyed. And I trusted her. Do you not want us parents to trust you? You're our school. You're supposed to be in the middle of communities because you're supposed to be for the community. And I'm not supposed to be able to trust her. And if you look back in my grievances, I specifically said that this is a hot mess express, that you're setting our teachers and our principals up for failure by district admin not handling this when I first brought it to you. And the very first time that I started talking to you about surveys and saying there was a problem was October of 2021. So it's been a quick process to get this survey system going. No, it wasn't. It's been well over a year. And the surveys could have just been stopped. Just stop them until you get that process in place so that you're not pitting principals and teachers against parents. Because I am very well aware me opting my children out put some of them in a tough spot of having to remember, well, who's opting in, who's not opting, who's opting out. It puts them in a bad position, and that's not providing support to our teachers and our principals. And I brought that up in my last grievance, with which all of you denied. And so I did have a remedy for that.
And just one thing on that too. I mean, I had no idea my daughter was getting that exit survey. First of all, my daughter was not technically a senior at the beginning of the year. She decided to graduate early. So we were fast forward in a full year. So I was going through a lot of things at that last end of the year. But I didn't know anything about that survey. But if the district already knew there wasn't an IT way to cut it all off, that would have been good information to have let us know so that we could have had conversations, especially the two of us knowing. We could have said on a weekly basis, hey, did you get a survey this week? Like, I trusted that in the grievance resolution that my daughter would never be surveyed again. I had no idea that I needed to continuously check in to say, hey, did you get surveyed again? Oh, did you get surveyed? That's not what, my daughter doesn't want to hear me ask her that. She doesn't even want to hear me, she didn't want to hear her tell her I was coming about this tonight. I mean, this is real, guys. Like, I mean, my daughter's still living through this right now, and I'm still living through this because I want to protect our children. And I just want it to be resolved, and I know that that was back in the past and we are moving forward. But I am concerned about how this is going to be taken care of forward with what happened just recently. And it was only not that long ago. This was May, April. I'm not sure when the survey started, but.
And the robocall that she talked about, that was not given to parents. That's the first time that I'm hearing that information. So I would suggest to administration and to the board to direct them to please share the full information that they're going to receive a robocall, because that's not in your website posting. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more question. Can you speak, counsel, to the question or concern about, I know that we had discontinued or we're discontinuing our contract with Panorama, and there being another survey issued?
That was not raised at the lower levels, so unfortunately, I don't have that information based on the local record. I apologize for that.
It was given to some select schools, and it was a Panorama question for just the parents. It wasn't sent to the students. It was on their Facebook page, and the person, the grant or grant funding, whatever it's called, that provided the survey and wanted those answers that then gave you money for that data, they paid for Panorama.
So I believe Dr. Moore or Dr. Washington can answer that question.
Themselves with Panorama for that survey. We were required to give that survey as a part of our compliance with TEA guidelines for turnaround canvases.
That's interesting. That's not what I was told.
And that survey was to parents, not to.
Any other questions by the board members? Okay, at this time, this concludes the hearing portion of this proceeding. The board will move to closed session to consult with the board's attorney pursuant to section 551.071 and 551.082 under the Texas Government Code. The board will then reconvene into open session to deliberate and take action if appropriate. Thank you very much.
candidates, both local, regional, and national, we will.
I'm
We
already
have
filming
ties
it.
to
All righty. It is 12:21, and the board is convened in open session to deliberate, consider, and take action on Ms. Bowman and Ms. Plemons' Level 3 complaint. At this time, do I have a motion?
Yes. Am I able to have a motion?
Go ahead, sir.
I'm just waiting to be recognized. I got you. I move to deny the grievance remedies requested in their Level 2 grievances. However, the board directs the administration to review the tie-in of grades, extra credit, or graduation to any district-administered surveys.
Well, you have a motion by Trustee Phillips and a second by Board President Jackson.
Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, could we please move to voting? Okay, and the motion passes 7 yeas, 1 nay. Moving on to item Q, consider the complaint hearing of Meredith Bowman is next. Those who are overseeing this I'm sorry, excuse me. It must be past midnight. It is. Item R, consider the Level 3 grievance hearing of Joe Palmer is next. Those who are overseeing this process, please come forward at this time. And thank you for still being here.
Are both parties ready to begin? All right, good evening or good morning. My name is Benjamin Castillo, and I will serve as the presiding officer for this hearing. The purpose of this portion of this meeting is to hear the Level 3 complaint of Mr. Joe Palmer. This hearing is being conducted during a duly called meeting of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees convened on Wednesday, December 14th, 2022. This hearing is being held pursuant to the district's complaint policies. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, one of the grievances President Jackson is the subject of. However, she has chosen not to take this into closed session. Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. I am Ben Castillo, Board Counsel and presiding officer for this grievance. For the record, a quorum is present. The following board members are present: Trustee Wallace Bridges, Trustee Ann Dar, Trustee Karen C.J. Evans, Trustee Board President Toby Jackson, Trustee Anael Luebanos, Trustee Roxanne Martinez, Trustee Quentin Phillips, Trustee Dr. Camille Rodriguez, Trustee Dr. Michael Ryan. We are meeting to consider the Level 3 complaint of Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer, would you and any representative here please state your name for the record?
Joe Palmer.
Holly Plemons.
Thank you. Will the individual responding on behalf of the administration please state your name?
Jim Witten.
Linda Jackson.
Thank you. I will now ask each member of this board whether he or she is able to serve as an impartial member of this body and to arrive at a decision based solely upon the record in this matter and information presented at this meeting and not on any other information he or she may have heard prior to this meeting. Any member not able to serve should say so now and ask to be excused. For the record, no board member requested to be excused. A recording of this hearing must be made. Please avoid talking when others are speaking so that the recording will reflect the proceedings accurately. This hearing will be conducted in open session as follows. Mr. Palmer and the administration will each have a total of 20 minutes to make their presentations to the board. This is not a formal legal proceeding, so no strict rules of evidence or procedure will apply. Also, there is no cross-examination. The board is not required to consider documentation or claims not previously submitted or issues not previously raised. There will be an opportunity for board members to ask questions. However, board members are not subject to questioning by the complainant, administration, or legal counsel, nor are they required to ask questions. As the complainant, Mr. Palmer, you will present first. I will keep time for the presentations and notify you when you have 2 minutes remaining, or would you prefer some other minute marker? Thank you. Any time remaining of your 10 minutes after your initial presentation can be used by you for rebuttal after the administration's response. The administration's presentation will follow Mr. Palmer's initial presentation. Mr. Whitten, I will notify you when you have 2 minutes remaining, or would you prefer some other minute marker?
2 minutes is fine.
Thank you, sir. Any time remaining of your 10 minutes after your initial response can be used by you for rebuttal after Mr. Palmer's rebuttal. Following the presentations, the board will meet in closed session with board counsel for advice and may then return to open session to deliberate and to take any action, if any. Does anyone have any questions or initial procedural matters that need to be discussed? I think I said December 14th. I even said good morning. Yeah. So for that point of clarification is December 14th, 2022. And before we start the presentations, just a reminder to all parties and to the crowd, again, we're trying to keep a clean record and have the recording be heard, so no disruptions are allowed. Mr. Palmer, you may proceed with your presentation, and your 20 minutes will begin now.
Attorney Castillo, I have a couple of procedural questions first, if I may.
Yes, sir, sorry.
This is the first of the 2 grievance hearings, correct? What's the subject matter of this hearing?
We combined both of your grievances, sir. That's how come we allotted 20 minutes. So
Okay.
you could take whatever order you deem necessary.
Okay, for the sake of simplicity, I would like to take them separately, 10 minutes and 10 minutes, or 20 minutes and 20 minutes.
It would be 10 and 10, 20 minutes total.
Well, it's 10 minutes per grievance for the grievant, and then it's 10 minutes per grievance for the attorney representing the district, correct?
Yes, so it would be, for both of them, it would be 20 minutes.
Okay, so just so I understand, we're having 2 separate hearings here. We're going to finish the one hearing, and then we're going to move on to the second hearing.
I mean, for our purposes, it's a one combined hearing, but if in your presentation you want to notate that you're done presenting on your first grievance, that's fine. But you'll have a total of 20 minutes. However you divide that, that's up to you.
Okay, you'll give me back the time for the second one after the 10 minutes is over. I'm going to give you the material and the arguments for the one grievance together, and then I'm going to finish and I'm going to indicate to you that I'm done with that. And the attorney is representing the district is going to rebut that, and then I'm going to come back and give for the second grievance.
Do you have any objections to that?
I want to make sure I understand the process we're going to follow. He's going to present his first grievance and up to 10 minutes, and then I have up to 10 minutes to respond. But in any response, or any minutes I don't use, then that's for rebuttal. I was under the impression we were just going to have X number of minutes, and then he could divide his grievances into Part A and Part B, and I would respond, and then he'd rebut, and then I'd rebut.
That's what he's requesting. So do you have any objections to that procedure?
No, if the idea is he's going to divide his presentation into 2 components, and then I will respond to both components.
So you don't want to respond after each component. You just want to have one response.
I will respond after each one if that's the board's preference. That's fine.
Okay. To save time, we're okay with that. So, Mr. Palmer, you may begin your first grievance. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, the first grievance is the removal of Jenny Crossland from the previous meeting. Jenny Crossland was not given a verbal warning, as is stated as policy for the Fort Worth School District. According to Fort Worth ISD policy, participants in, I got it. If after at least one warning from the presiding officer for a verbal, audio, or physical disruption, any individual continues to disrupt the meeting by his or her words or actions, the presiding officer may request assistance from law enforcement officials to have the individual removed from the meeting. He goes on to say that an individual should be given one verbal warning, and Jenny Crossland was not given that warning. It was a one and done, to use President Jackson's phrasing. And President Jackson had to be aware of what was happening. What occurred was an individual approached President Jackson, and President Jackson quietly whispered something to the individual. That individual then approached the Fort Worth ISD staff member wearing black clothing at the time, and that said something to him. And that individual then went to Jenny Crossland and asked her to leave. Now, his physical presence and the way he spoke to her would indicate to any reasonable person that this is not a request, this is not something voluntary. It's voluntary in the sense that if you do not comply with the request, that you will be made to leave, that you'll be physically removed. And the gentleman in black uniform was standing over her while she gathered up her things, and a police officer was standing to her right when this happened, a few feet away. So the president had to be aware this was happening, and this was a violation of school district policy. And my remedy that I'm asking for is an apology to Ms. Crossland and anybody who happens to be present at the time of the apology. And also like policy to be stated at the outset of every meeting. Yeah, so the video is available as evidence, but I want to find out, is that going to be, I want that played and I don't want that to count against my time.
It will count against your time, sir. If that's part of your presentation, it's part of your presentation.
All right, so the video does show that. Board is invited to consult that when they go into executive session. But I'm seeking, again, an apology to Ms. Crossland and an adherence to policy from here on out, and a reciting of the policy at the outset of every meeting so that everybody at the meeting knows. And I believe that part was extended to me by Deputy Superintendent Molinar, so I appreciate that. That is the end of my presentation for that grievance.
All right, Mr. Palmer, you have 6 minutes and 38 seconds. Mr. Whitting, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Members of the board, my name is Jim Whitten. I'm an attorney at Brackett and Ellis. I'm here representing the administration in this combined grievance hearing. Also representing the administration is Linda Jackson, senior attorney in the district's Office of Legal Affairs, and Deputy Superintendent Molinar is also here in case you have questions. I'm now going to respond to Mr. Palmer's grievance claiming the district violated the Open Meetings Act and district policy when a person, not Mr. Palmer, was allegedly told to leave the March 29, 2022 board meeting without first being warned that a disruption of the meeting could result in the person's removal. Mr. Palmer didn't specify the district policy allegedly violated, but it was district policy BED local, and as he stated in his verbal remarks, the policy says that if after at least one warning from the presiding officer a person continues to disrupt the meeting, the presiding officer may request the person be removed from the meeting. Mr. Palmer's appeal should be denied for 3 reasons. First, Mr. Palmer has no standing to bring this grievance. He hasn't claimed that he was wrongfully removed from the meeting. He hasn't claimed that his rights were denied. The only individual who might have had a complaint was the person allegedly removed from the meeting without first being warned. I'm not using the person's name because that person never filed a grievance. Whatever happened on March 29th, that person did not feel sufficiently aggrieved to file a grievance. And Mr. Palmer hasn't claimed that he has some sort of relationship with that person or that he is representing that person. Quite simply, Mr. Palmer has no right to bring this grievance. Secondly, Mr. Palmer waited too long to file the grievance. He has complained about something allegedly happening at the March 29 board meeting, but he didn't file his grievance until July 13th. This type of grievance is being made as pursuant to district policy GF local, and that policy says that complaints must be made within 10 calendar days of the event or action that is the subject of the complaint. Mr. Palmer filed his complaint over 100 calendar days after the March 29th meeting. He has tried to overcome this fatal defect by saying that he first heard about the alleged incident in late June or early July, and he filed his grievance within the time required after that period. Now, as an aside, Mr. Palmer filed his grievances under District Policy FNG Local. That's the policy for complaints from parents and students. That policy, like I said, we're hearing this under GF Local. Filing deadlines for grievances don't begin whenever the person making the grievance hears about it. Filing grievances, they begin running from the day the person knew or should have known about the event that caused the grievance. This incident supposedly happened at your March 29 meeting, and you know that Mr. Palmer attends many, perhaps most of your meetings. He may have been at the March 29th meeting. But even if he weren't present, he had every opportunity to watch the meeting either live streamed or recorded on the district's website. Mr. Palmer's theory of, well, the timeline starts running whenever I hear about it, under that theory, someone could tell him tonight that something happened at one of your board meetings 30 years ago. And as long as he files his grievance within 10 days from tonight, he can complain about something that happened 30 years ago. Members of the board, that is not the way the law or your policy is interpreted. Finally, even if Mr. Palmer had the right to file his grievance, and even if he filed it on time, he produced no evidence to support his complaint. His only evidence was him saying someone told him this incident happened and the video that he's referenced. Now, he played it at we had access to it at the Level 2 hearing, and Ms. Molinar saw the video, and as you'll notice in her Level 2 decision, she says the video doesn't show what happened. It doesn't identify the person. It doesn't say when it took place. It doesn't record anything that happened prior to what it shows, which is essentially a woman packing up her things. It doesn't show that she didn't get a warning. It doesn't show that she did get a warning. It doesn't show anything. He can't show up or can't support a grievance and say, well, I heard this happen and here's a video. The video doesn't say one way or the other, but that's my evidence. So he didn't present any evidence. So the fact that he has no standing, he waited too long, and he didn't produce any evidence to support his complaint, the administration would ask that you deny this appeal. Thank you.
You have 5 minutes and 24 seconds left to go, sir. Mr. Palmer, you have 6 minutes and 38 seconds.
Please play the video.
I don't have it. Who has it? Okay.
The artificial intelligence of the assessment aligns to the leadership profile that we will develop together, all with you, your community, and your stakeholders. The recruitment will vary depending on the charge of the board. So as we often say, we work at the will of the board. So if it's the will of the board to cast a wide net and to work with candidates both local, regional, and national, we will. We have ties to not only just public education, but higher ed, private sector, philanthropic groups.
I'm being asked to leave.
I will tell you, historically, we have conducted 24 superintendent searches across the U.S. over the past 6.5 years, 23 of which have been traditional public school educators, teachers, principals, sitting superintendents, etc. Non-traditional defined as those who perhaps started their career in education but to the private sector, but then eventually returned to public education. Some of the groups that we consistently work with, the American Association of School Administrators.
And your witness.
I'd like to let you guys know I was the one that took that video. I was the witness to it, and I watched President Jackson walk over to Mr. Castillo, and he then walked over to one of your security personnel by the name of Carlos. I don't know his last name. And then Carlos was the one that was in the video that came up to Jenny and told her that she had to leave, and if she had questions, she could direct them to Miss Jackson at a later date. And Joe Palmer was not at this meeting.
I was not at the meeting. Council makes a good point. How does this affect me, the person that was asked to leave or asked to leave, is not filing a grievance? It affected me because If Jenny Crossland can be removed without a warning and not knowing, having any idea why she was removed, then that can happen to me also. And Thomas Jefferson once said, "Upon the altar of God, I have sworn eternal hostility toward every form of tyranny over the mind of man." And it's applicable, the mind of man, not man's actions, but the mind, because that's where all thought, communication, and action originates. I don't want to come to these meetings and be intimidated. I don't want to come to these meetings and think that you're going to throw me out. There are school districts in this state very near to here that are trespassing people before they participate in their own grievance. If we don't stand up to this together, stand up to it in your own heart when this thing comes to you in temptation, you want to kick somebody out. We need to do something about it and stop it before it gets worse. It is timely. You know, if you don't like the way the policy is written, then, you know, try to change the policy. But the fact of the matter is, the grievance clock does begin when an individual first becomes aware. Do you think it's reasonable to expect me to watch every one of these meetings? I know you don't expect other people to watch every single one of these meetings. I was very sincere and very hasty and timely when I first heard about this, that I filed the grievance. And it was timely, and the district staff agrees with me that it's timely because they accepted it and we've gotten to this point. The example of 30 years ago, I think that's a bit of a red herring. You know, we're being reasonable here today. It is timely. The fact is that it happened. If you think it happened so long ago that nothing should be done about it, even though you do agree that it was wrong, I would ask you to reconsider that. It was wrong what happened. It happened recent enough that we should do something about it.
Does that conclude your presentation? You have 2 minutes and 34 seconds.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Mr. Whitten, do you have a rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have 5 minutes and 34 seconds.
The district denied the grievance at level 2 for being untimely. Mr. Palmer appealed that, is his right. He doesn't have standing. He says he complains he's afraid that, this might be intimidating to him. He's obviously not intimidated. He's here tonight. He's here at most of your meetings. Mr. Palmer doesn't seem like the person to be intimidated by something that happens to someone else. You know, you saw the video. Again, it doesn't say whether or not a warning was given. There's no evidence in that video that a warning was not given. Sir, I didn't talk during your please refrain. Okay. So there is no time. It's not timely. He doesn't have standing. He produced no evidence. If you're going to have anybody can come file a complaint about somebody else, I mean, the courts would be overrun, your board grievances would be overrun. You have to be an aggrieved party. He hasn't demonstrated that he's suffered anything. So again, the district at level 2 denied the grievance for lack of timeliness. I added in there that, the man has no standing. That's a legal issue. And he produced no evidence to support the relief he's requesting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Palmer, at this time, you may begin presenting your second grievance.
At the June 28th Fort Worth ISD Board meeting, Section 551007 of Texas Local Government Code was violated repeatedly, which requires local governmental bodies to allow members of the public to address the body on items either before or during the body's consideration of the items. The agenda for this meeting in particular was over 300 pages long and included several $1 million on the consent agenda alone, along with the district budget of over $800 million, which contains several line items. Members of the public were given just 1 minute in total each to address all items on this agenda. That's it.
Mr. Palmer, you have 8 minutes and 55 seconds left for rebuttal. Mr. Whitten, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer claims that district policy BED local violates section 551.007 of the Open Meetings Act because he says it limits an individual's public speaking time to no more than 3 minutes and to as little as 1 minute. He believes the act requires individuals to be given 5 minutes. That's what he asked for at level 2. I'm sorry, but Mr. Palmer is wrong. Your policy does not violate the Open Meetings Act. In 2019, the legislature amended the Open Meetings Act to require the board to allow the public comment regarding open meeting agenda items before or during the board's consideration of those items. But in that same amendment, the legislature also said the board may adopt reasonable rules regarding the public's right to address the board, including rules limiting the total amount of time that an individual may address the board. In 2020, the Texas Attorney General issued an opinion on that 2019 amendment. The Attorney General confirmed that the board may limit public comments on agenda items to the public comment portion of the meeting so long as that portion comes before the board considers the agenda items. The Attorney General also confirmed that the 2019 amendment authorized the board to adopt rules limiting the total amount of time given to an individual to address all items on the agenda. The only statutory limitation on the board is that your rules must be reasonable. The Attorney General even said that his office does not get to say what is reasonable. That's your job, subject to court review. Virtually every other district in this area, if not in the state, has the same BED local policy, just like yours. These policies limit a person's speaking time to 3 minutes and allow for that time to be shortened if a large group of people sign up to speak. They also say, though, that no matter how many people sign up to speak, everyone gets at least 1 minute. That's reasonable. That's what your policy currently says, but it's my understanding that the board recently increased the individual's minimum speaking time from 1 minute to 2 minutes. That's reasonable. You may have heard about a board meeting for one of my other clients that was conducted a few months ago where almost 200 people signed up to speak during public comment. The board, relying on the same BED local policy that you have, limited each speaker to 1 minute. The public comment portion of that meeting lasted almost 4 hours. If the district had adopted a policy that allowed each speaker 5 minutes, which is what Mr. Palmer has requested, just the public comment portion of that meeting might have lasted 16 hours. That's not reasonable. As you have already demonstrated, your BED local policy gives the presiding officer the flexibility and authority to adjust the time allowed for public comment and to adjust each speaker's time to accommodate a large number of speakers. The rules you have adopted are reasonable. The recently adopted practice, that's reasonable. It does not violate the Open Meetings Act. The administration therefore asks you to uphold the decision at level 2, to deny Mr. Palmer's grievance, and to leave your policy BED local as currently written. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 6 minutes and 44 seconds left, sir. Mr. Palmer, 8 minutes and 55 seconds if you have a rebuttal.
Okay, I would like to respond to the argument that was made by the attorney that if the time had been extended to 5 minutes per individual, that we would have a meeting that lasted way longer. What did he say?
16 hours.
16-hour-long meeting? That's assuming that every person takes 5 minutes. I would challenge members of the board to think back to when every single speaker took the full 3 minutes, whenever you did give us 3 minutes when it's less than 20 speakers. Now, I would submit to you that most of the people that get up to speak are terrified to speak. They hope you skip their name. They're thinking their friend, the activist, talked them into this, and they wish they hadn't, and they never see him again. I've been coming to these meetings for a year and a half, 2 years, whatever it's been, and I can only think of one time, a clear example, where an individual consumed the entire 3 minutes for the sake of consuming the 3 minutes, that was some kind of petty and small-minded way to punish you, to keep you here for an extra minute. Other than that, there were maybe one or two others that could possibly have constituted that. But other than that, I can tell you from myself personally, if you were to extend to us 5 minutes, I would not abuse that. And I can speak for a lot of my friends who also would not abuse that. But what I'm asking for you to do is give the individual the discretion and the room with which to determine, well, the room with which to address the points that they need to address. You can't even scan your budget. I'm sorry, we can't scan your budget either. You can't scan your agenda in under 10 minutes. You really can't. And the people that come to speak at these meetings, I can speak for myself. I am sincere when I want to address my board. I am sincere when I want to speak to you about items. To make a point, to state a position, and to give it the minimal supporting statements, it takes 30 seconds, okay? You had several agenda items. You had several $1 million on the consent agenda for that meeting, and it's happened since that meeting. It happened tonight. President Jackson, you say we're better when we work together. You make that statement at the beginning of every public comment session. I would like to hold you to that, and I would like to join with you in bringing about an atmosphere in which people are participating in their school district. The Texas legislature, they have 33 million constituents. I went down there and testified in front of a subcommittee a couple of months ago, and I got 3 minutes. Texas legislature votes on the budget of what amounts to be the world's 8th or 9th largest economy, and they give me 3 minutes. And their budget's, 100 times what yours is. So I would like to submit that what is reasonable is more than 2 minutes. And at this time, I would like to thank Deputy Superintendent Molinar and also President Jackson for voluntarily extending us 2 minutes. However, I believe that 2 minutes is also unreasonable. It may be a concern that the meetings go a little bit longer, but what I would say to that, and additionally, is why don't you just try it? You have the power to extend it from 2 minutes to 5 minutes, and you also have the power to decrease it from 5 minutes back down to 3 minutes if it doesn't work out. And again, on the legislature, they meet until 4 or 5 in the morning on some issues because these are important issues. I would submit that the issues that the 4th School District is discussing and considering are almost as important or as important because they affect us more directly because you're local. Yes, I agree with you. So I'm asking for a truly reasonable amount of time and that we won't abuse it. And we don't get the number of speakers that Grapevine Colleyville gets. At the root of this conversation is the issue of the difference between a dictatorship and a free society. The distinction is not limited to whether or not leaders are elected. If it were, then following elections, elected officials would be free to say, we checked the free society box, and so now we're going to curtail public participation according to what we want, according to what we think is reasonable. In a free society, elected leaders consider their own opinions on what constitutes a reasonable amount of time, but they are morally bound to assign more importance to what the people think is reasonable. Again, a truly free society means the placing of more importance on what the people consider reasonable than what the elected leader considers. Such a policy should be celebrated by those given the temporary privilege of occupying public office. Such a policy should be pursued enthusiastically and with great joy by elected officials, as together we bear in mind at all times the unmeasurable sacrifice of those here before us who have pushed back against tyranny in the world as well as in their own hearts. The Magna Carta, the U.S. Constitution, the Texas Constitution, and case law that's been established by those continuing the good fight. We're asking for something reasonable here. We're asking for an adequate amount of time to address agenda items, and 2 minutes is not adequate, and 3 minutes is neither adequate nor reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Whitten, you have 6 minutes and 44 seconds if you have a rebuttal.
Thank you. The legislature has said that you must designate a portion of your meetings for public comment. You've done that. The legislature also said that you may adopt reasonable rules regarding the public's right to address you, including rules limiting the total amount of time that a member of the public may speak. You've done that too. We need to remember that receiving public comment is not the sole reason the board meets. It's not even the main reason. The board meets to conduct the district's business. If you're spending hours upon hours receiving comments, it's going to be very hard to conduct the district's business. Something else to consider, the comment at the board meeting is not the only way to communicate with the board. The board receives emails, the board receives letters. There's all kinds of ways that can be communicated or issues can be presented to the board. It's not just the public comment section. If you have an item on the agenda, yes, the agenda may be several hundred pages long. 5 minutes isn't enough time to comment on that. If you want to get in-depth information to the board, you send an email, you send a letter, you talk to administrators, you talk to board members. There's all kinds of ways to get your input to the board besides just the public comment section of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the hearing portion of this hearing, or the presentation portion of this hearing. At this time, the board may ask any questions of the parties if they have any. All righty, thank you to Mr. Palmer and Ms. Plemons and Mr. Whitten and Ms. Jackson. Appreciate it. The board will now convene into closed session to get legal advice from me, its board counsel. Thank you. All right, the board is now convened in open session to deliberate, consider, and take action on Mr. Palmer's level 3 complaints. The time is 1:05 a.m. Is there a motion on the table? Seeing no motion being made, no action is being taken. Madam Board President, this concludes the level 3 grievance hearing portion of this meeting, and we can move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you. We'll move on to comments by board members or the superintendent on current district activities and announcements. Trustee Evans.
Thank you. I want to say a special thanks to our principals and teachers for a wonderful semester. I know this is such a busy time of year, but I don't see anyone letting up just because the holidays are around the corner. Everywhere I look, it's full throttle ahead, getting students ready for finals, competitions, recitals, performances. In fact, today I was at a school and I saw teachers working with a group of 6th graders to get ready for a competition in May. I was just blown away, impressed. So thank you to teachers and principals for your tireless work, for setting the bar high, for requiring and expecting excellence from your classes, and for all the ways you continue to spur our students onto greatness. And happy holidays to everyone.
Trustee Martinez.
I just want to give a big kudos to Fort Worth ISD's Visual Performing Arts Department. They have been coordinating different events and live streaming some of our students' performances. But I also got to attend one day of the Mariachi Spectacular. It was a 2-day event showcasing 8 of our schools. I, in particular, got to see Carter Riverside, South Hills, and Northside's mariachis perform. And just want to give them a big kudos for all the work that they've been doing this holiday season as well in coordinating all of these different concerts and events. So thank you to them.
Thank you. Dr. Ryan?
Well, I've been to a number of different concerts and things just to end the semester and to get ready for the Christmas season. I will have to tell you that the choral department has done an exceptional job. To hear Western Hills High School Choir and what they did was just unbelievable, a great job. And then I went with Miss Dar to the Southwest Pyramid, and when you've got 90 young men in middle school and high school that are up there in choir, the choir directors have done the right kind of job to recruit those. A lot of them are athletes and they're doing all the right stuff. It's simply amazing. So kudos to all the choral directors and all the fine arts people that made their performances work this fall.
Thank you. Trustee Bridges?
Just want to do a huge shout out to the parents and students of District 4 at our first listening session. Just appreciate the comments and concerns that many of the parents and students had. And we are in the process of doing 3 more, and we look forward to hearing what their concerns are and discussion about things that are going well as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Luebanos?
Thank you, President Jackson. I would like to thank all of our partners who helped to do the playgrounds at the different schools. Over the last month, I was at Seminary Hills Park before Thanksgiving in November, and seeing the happiness of those kids that they are going to play on a new playground that before there was no playground, or the one that was, it was broken. So I want to say thank you to the staff who worked so hard to get the money, and to the people who partnered with the district to have, I believe it was 6 playgrounds at the different schools in Fort Worth ISD. So thank you to them, and happy holidays.
Thank you. And I want to thank staff, and I want to thank this board and everyone that's still here, because it is 1:09 a.m. and happy holidays. We're adjourned.